Bon dia. Buenos días, good morning. ¿Sí? Venga, buen día, buenos días. Bienvenidos a la tercera jornada del grupo de investigación. Welcome to the third workshop from the research group. As you can see, it's a long program. Tenemos un largo programa por delante. I hope that you enjoy everything that is there. Espero que os guste el programa y que sirva en el futuro para la investigación. Before starting, I should say that you have here a hashtag, so hopefully we have people at home following the workshop. So if you want to comment, or also the people here in the room, if you want to comment it to Twitter, here you have the hashtag. Si queréis comentar en Twitter lo que está pasando, que tenéis el hashtag, la gente que está aquí o la gente que está en casa. Y ahora sí, voy a dar inicio a la sesión y me gustaría, empezar con unas palabras del coordinador del grupo de investigación, que está detrás y es el inspirador un poco de la jornada. I would like to start with the coordinator research group, which is Javier Jerez here on my right side.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that thank you very much for coming here. I know you are all very, very busy. So thank you very much for the speakers. I would like also to thank you our scholars, Julia Casacuberta, Marta Prat, and especially Ana Ramon, who have worked quite hard the last months. So thank you very much. And also for the committee for organizing this workshop. This is the third one. We started during the pandemic period. The first one was online, I think, yeah. So this is the second that is being done hybrid. So people are following us from home. Regarding the language, this will be a little bit like a challenge. Maybe we can try to do it in English because we have a few foreigners right now. But otherwise, we can try to do it in Spanish, maybe. So we will try our best to do it in English or in Spanish. But all the presentations will be in English, just to facilitate the understanding. Okay. So what else? Yeah. Also, thank you very much for the funding received from U-Divulga here from the University of Vic. So this is some kind of internal funding. Also, thank you for the Catalan Board of Physiotherapists and also the Association of Nurses in Barcelona and Fundació Grífols i Lucas from Barcelona. We collaborate with them through the chair in palliative care in different projects. And I think I'm not forgetting anyone. No, these are the, yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much and welcome to the third workshop of the M3O research group.
Thank you, Javier. And now we have Eduard Minovas, who is the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences. Eduard Minovas, who es el vicedecano de la Facultad de Ciencias de la Salud y es la facultad donde la mayor parte de los miembros del grupo de investigación forman parte. Y de aquí darle las gracias a su presencia y le doy la palabra.
Okay, welcome to everyone to the Faculty of Health Science and Welfare, the University of Vic, Central University of Catalonia. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Es un placer como facultad el poder acoger por tercera vez esta jornada de manera consecutiva, además, cosa que indica que el grupo está en un momento muy activo. El grupo M3O es un grupo multidisciplinar y predominan sobre todo profesionales investigadores del ámbito de la salud y sociales, pero también incluye profesionales de otros ámbitos como tecnológicos o biomédicos. Eso sí, hay una cosa que es común en todos ellos y es las ganas de seguir creciendo, la motivación por trabajar y la inquietud pues, por mostrar resultados y conocer otros investigadores. Y todo eso lo veremos hoy. Todo esto no es una sensación mía, sino que cada año, cada vez que se van extrayendo resultados, pues lo que vemos es que la producción científica va en aumento y además es de mayor calidad. Lo que sí que me gustaría hoy destacar es el beneficio que está recibiendo la facultad de este grupo y de otros que también están vinculados, pero especialmente y es a distintos niveles estos beneficios. El primero de ellos es a nivel de los indicadores de calidad, que como bien sabéis, las agencias de calidad pues nos aprietan mucho para que cada vez haya mayor número de profesores doctores o profesores acreditados. Y gracias al grupo, pues esto lo estamos dando respuesta a esta demanda. También a nivel de reconocimiento, porque los investigadores cada vez están creciendo más, cada vez reciben más invitaciones para ir a congresos, a ponencias, a foros de expertos o incluso medios de comunicación. Esto al final hace visible la marca UVic en todo el mundo. Esta expertise de los profesionales e investigadores también repercute en el día a día en las clases. En el ámbito académico, los contenidos que se están impartiendo cada vez están más focalizados en la evidencia científica en lugar de creencias. Y estos mismos estudiantes también se ven beneficiados dando sus primeros pasitos en el mundo de la investigación, algunos de ellos vinculados con contratos mediante proyectos financiados, otros mediante colaboraciones voluntarias, incluso otros también con sus trabajos de fin de grado, que en algunos casos han dado resultados de comunicaciones en congresos o incluso publicaciones científicas. Por todo ello, creo que estamos en un momento de crecimiento. La jornada de hoy va en esta línea, seguir creciendo todos juntos, y la temática también es muy necesaria para todos, aunque seamos de distintos ámbitos. Creo que la jornada es muy transversal y muy útil para todos. El hecho de trabajar en la investigación responsable y la innovación pues nos va a hacer dar un paso adelante con todos estos ponentes que tenemos, que son primeras espadas en todos sus ámbitos. Así que nada más, muchas gracias a todos por vuestra presencia y espero que podáis disfrutar de la jornada.
Perfecto, gracias, Eduard. Y finalmente vamos a dar la palabra a la vicerrectora de Investigación y Transferencia de Conocimiento, Eva Espasa. So the floor is yours, Eva.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Benvingudes, bienvenidos, welcome. As Vice Rector for Research and Knowledge Transfer of the University of Vic, University of Catalonia, it is a pleasure and an honor for me to welcome you all to this seminar hosted by the research group M3O, Methodology, Methods, Models and Outcomes of Health and Social Sciences. Let me first of all, on behalf of the rector and on behalf of the whole institution, welcome all participants, all following us online and all who are following this here face-to-face, coming from other universities and research institutions, from abroad and from our nearest contexts. I hope that you will feel at home at our university and in the city of Vic, if you have some time to visit it. This seminar epitomizes the character of research at UVic UCC. It is inclusive, it is rooted in its social background, as can be seen in its title, Responsible Research and Innovation. It is interdisciplinary and interinstitutional. It fosters dialogue between disciplines, here mostly between health and social sciences, but also technology-related disciplines, and also between institutions, here between UVic, IRSI Caixa, London School of Economics, Blanquerna Ramon University, or the Environmental Social Science Research Group at Budapest. And this is consistent with the nature of the group, as a group of professionals and researchers that investigate health from a holistic, social, multidisciplinary, integrative, inter-university and international perspective. So in this third edition, as has been said, the focus is on responsible research and innovations. And if we look at definitions of responsible or responsibility at different dictionaries, both general or specialized, they emphasize responsible, respond, to account for something, to care for something. So this fits with UVic's strategy towards its 6 principles, which articulate the seminar, that is ethics, gender equality, governance, open access, science education, and public engagement. So these principles permeate all responsible and accountable research and aptly articulate the structure of today's seminar. And I think it's also balanced, and I found it very nice that the 6 principles are divided 3 and 3. So 3 of these principles are addressed by external institutions, London School of Economics, Ramon Llull University, the Environmental Social Science Research Group at Budapest, and 3 principles are addressed by research groups and chairs at UVic working on these principles. For example, there is a research line in M3 group dealing with bioethics, fostering collaboration with the bioethics chair, Fundació Grifols, which, as has been said, is one of the sponsors of this seminar. Also, gender research, which is prominent and is the focus of the JETLIC research group, which investigates gender, translation, literature, history, and communication. Then, open access is a challenge for research currently, as has been addressed here in many discussions in our research communities. And here it will be addressed by our university library, which works hand in hand with this vice-rectorate. So let me emphasize that this seminar is paradigmatic of the research model for our university with international vision, a research which is innovative, applied, that addresses current ethical and social challenges by seeking and creating complicities with all stakeholders involved, especially the research community, but in dialogue with professionals, policymakers, the education community, civil society organizations. So I would like to end by wishing you all a good and profitable seminar. I'm sorry that I cannot stay for the seminar, but I know that it will be recorded, or I will be glad to follow it afterwards, because I'm sure that it will provide a forum for exchanging experiences and engaging in still new projects, apart from the many projects that are working here. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Eva. Gracias, Eva. With all these words being said, I think we can start the workshop. So con todas las palabras que se han dicho, yo creo que podemos empezar. Y vamos con la primera ponente, si os parece. Os cambio de mesas. Mientras Rosina se prepara, dedico un tiempo a presentarla. ¿Vale? Rosina Malagrida is the head of Living Lab for Health at IRSI Caixa, where with her team, she designs and facilitates multi-stakeholder innovation networks that work on complex and persistent health challenges and that want to increase their collective impact while contributing to reduce the saturation of the health system. The lab promotes changes in organizational models to take them more collaborative, systemic, distributed, transdisciplinary, open, and inclusive. Malagrida also carries out research on the methodologies she applies, combined with training in different undergraduate and postgraduate degrees at the University of Barcelona and Open University of Catalonia. She also offers training in other universities, research organizations, and innovation agencies, and has already trained more than 6,500 researchers and innovators. She has undergraduate and postgraduate degrees from the University of Barcelona, ESADE, Imperial College of the University of London, and University of Amsterdam. She has been principal investigator in more than 10 European Commission-funded projects. She has previously worked in the Barcelona Science Park, in the Science Museums of Barcelona and London, and in the BBC, always with the aim to improve the social impact of science. The methodologies she applies follow responsible research and innovation and system innovation approaches. So thank you, Rosina, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bon dia a tothom. Encantada d'estar aquí amb vosaltres en aquesta universitat i moltes gràcies als organitzadors i les organitzadores per haver-me convidat. I will follow in English, as has been suggested in the first session, mainly for respect to the people that have come from abroad. I hope it's okay for everybody. If not, please tell me, and I am trilingual, so I can move to another language. I've been asked to talk to you about responsible research and innovation, and responsible research and innovation is, let's say, a conceptual framework that is very much interrelated with other movements that are happening all over the world. And they all have in common that they are all looking to increase the impact of research and innovation. So the concern here is that we are very good in Europe at publishing, but we are not as good at innovating, at solving our current problems or some of our current problems. And that's why there are many organizations in the world, not only in Europe, that are bringing in some conceptual frameworks or movements or methodologies as well in order to improve this problem or to solve this problem. However, there is not one size fits all solution, and that's the reason why, for example, in the central part of Europe, they tend to create research centers in order to address this problem, because there is no one solution fits all, so we need to do research in order to see how we solve this problem. Therefore, today I will try to give you some light on how and what is responsible research and innovation and how it can be applied. But as I said, there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and these are just inspiring examples for you to follow on and create new approaches on how to solve this problem of impact of research and innovation. As I say in my subtitle, actually what we are talking about today, it's about a new way of problem solving. So what we have realized is that the way we have designed to solve problems have worked so far for some problems. But we are facing today that there are some problems that we are not managing to solve. And therefore, these paradigms, what are saying to us is that we need to change the way we are solving our problems. And this is what these movements will inspire us. So I will structure the presentation with the introduction, then we will reflect on why. At the end, we are talking about impact, but we are also talking about making our research more open and more inclusive. So the question is why? Why are we talking about making it more open? Then we will see some examples on how to open it, and we will move to the conclusions. So to start with the introduction, as I said, we have a problem, which is that there are some challenges we are trying to address that are becoming persistent. As we can see, for example, with the Sustainable Development Goals, we are near 2030, and we are far from what we expected to achieve at this stage. And the reason, one of the reasons for that is because most of the challenges that we are not being successful are complex. And what does it mean that a problem is complex? What is the difference between a complicated problem and a complex problem? We will have some slides later to reflect on that, but basically, with complexity, what we face is that there are many different manners to define the problem. So there are different perspectives on the problem definition. There are different perspectives on the strategies to follow, on the solutions to be applied, and these solutions are context dependent. Therefore, if we are in the lab and we develop a solution and then we bring it to the reality, most of the times we face that we are not achieving the impact we would like. And this is basically one of the reasons why these problems are becoming persistent. I like very much this picture, which illustrates very well, I think, what we are trying to say, what I'm trying to say. Here we can see these people who are trying to solve a problem with this analytical approach, which tells us that we need to break the problem in parts, and we need to go into our lab, into our research group, and try to solve the problem ourselves. And of course, you may be already thinking that in your research, you already go out of this room sometimes, and you already consider some other input that is out there. But the question is, how often do you go out of this room? With who do you go out of the room? And when, in which part of the process of your projects do you go out of this room? And here is where there is room for improvement in order to make sure that your research increases its impact. The different, here we could reflect, and I invite you to reflect individually about whether your challenges, the challenges you are trying to address, are complex. And if they are complex, what we see is that you are facing a lot of uncertainty. What you see as well is that the problem and the context is changing over time. And what you also face is that there are some factors that you are investigating that are interconnected. Or perhaps you are not investigating them, but you know that they are interconnected with other ones. Or sometimes maybe you still even don't know that they are interconnected with other factors, or you are not able to consider this interconnection in the research you are performing. So basically what we see is that we need, therefore, to move from what we call linear thinking to system thinking. Of course, this is a simplification. I don't mean that you are doing linear thinking, but it's true that in research, most of the times we focus in addressing the problems with one-off interventions, right? So we have a problem and we think about a project that will solve that problem. And what we see here is that we are somehow moving out of the project and going to explore how our project is interconnected with many other factors that are out of that room that we saw in the previous slide. And it can be out of your project, but also within your project. It can be within the scientific community, but it could be also with other stakeholders outside academia, or also inside the academia, but in different disciplines in academia. And so it is very important to start thinking, as in the right of this slide, with system thinking methodologies in order to better understand which are these factors, how they are interconnected with your research, and how different they are and how you can address them. So basically, as I said before, we are starting to think that we need to go out from one-off interventions, from thinking that my project and then another project, to think about integrated interventions, to think about how we need to address it as a challenge, creating perhaps networks or communities, ecosystems with different stakeholders that share a common desire of impact. And in that way, this collective of stakeholders, of research groups, and also stakeholders outside academia will increase their impact. We call it that we will increase collective impact. Sometimes when we do research projects, and I'm sure you have heard also about this other movement, which is called Open Science and Open Innovation, which is also another conceptual framework being promoted from the European Commission, we can see that we start then improving how we do our research, right? So one outcome of this conference today could be that you start in trying to make your research more open. Let's put an example. For example, if the challenge is promoting healthy and sustainable diets, maybe you have an idea and you want to develop an app to promote healthy and sustainable diets. And then you start doing research to identify the determinants for changing habits in your community, and you do it very open, which means that you start bringing stakeholders from the system you want to change. In this case, for example, I don't know, people living in a street, right, in a neighborhood. So we want to involve them in this process of research. We identify these determinants in a very open and therefore effective way. And then we move to innovation and we develop this app. And again, we involve the best app developers we find in the market. And we are convinced that this app, because it's already designed with research that is responding to the needs of the people in that street, we expect that this app will change the system. So these people in this street will change their habits and will start eating with a more healthy and sustainable habits. However, what we normally face is that this is what is called the linear fallacy. And what we face is that there is a wall that impedes us to have the impact we were envisioning, and that this app is not working as effective as we would like. And what is this wall? That is the question. Why are our projects not achieving the impact we would like? And this is itself a research question that you may want to address, because it's not easy to answer which are the factors that are impeding you to have the impact you would like. But what we are facing is that there must be some system barriers, that we call them, that are impeding you to have the impact you would like. And that's the reason why, for example, responsible research is on the stage. Because the people who defined it at the beginning, von Schomburg, who is a philosopher who used to work in the European Commission, what he wanted to say with this framework is that we need to involve different stakeholders from the very early stage. And in reality, what he is worried, and we will see it in the definition in the next slide, is about the embedment of science and technology in society. And that's about impact, right? And what responsible research and innovation tells us is that we need to have more diversity and more inclusion of these stakeholders from the very early moments of our research processes. So in order to define the problem, in order to design, to prioritize the research question, to design the research process, and so on, we need to be open and transparent all through the process if we want to really steer our research, taking into account the input of these people that we will bring into the process. We need to design spaces for collaborative reflection, which is easy to say, but sometimes not as easy. How do we make sure that when we sit down, there is a deep reflection and there is really knowledge integration and anticipation, not only looking at the present, but also being able to anticipate these system barriers and therefore to make sure that the project will arrive to the goals that we want to arrive. The project and the subsequent projects, because as you know, impact doesn't normally happen within a project. So now you may have heard that in Catalonia, for example, CERCA is pushing very hard for research centers of the CERCA network to increase impact. And this policy is not only CERCA, but it's coming from the European Commission, also from Madrid, here in Spain, and from many other funding organizations, right? So we are starting to see that there is a need to increase impact. And for this impact to increase, we need to make sure that these deep reflections and anticipation processes that we are able to do, that they are taken into account, so that your research will change and adapt to whatever comes out of these discussions, right? We will see later what is called the ladder of participation, which gives us ideas on how to take into account this input, because it doesn't always mean that we are going to do what comes out of one of these workshops. Sometimes you delegate the power, but sometimes you may just consult, or sometimes you may just inform, or sometimes you may collaborate. So the degree of participation will be different depending on the aim that you are establishing for your participation in each of the phases of your process. So having given you this introduction, now we can read the definition of responsible research and innovation. I guess if I had given this definition at the beginning of my talk, it's very abstract and it's not easy to understand, but now with this introduction, it may be a bit more clear, right? So what von Schomburg tells us is that he's talking about the process, right? So he's not talking about the what we focus our research on, but he's talking about the how we do research. And he says that the research process and innovation process has to be more interactive. Therefore, he's talking about this need for engaging these different stakeholders. Of course, being transparent, otherwise we cannot involve them and share responsibility if we are not transparent all through the process. And he says that in these processes, the different stakeholders and innovators become mutually responsive. Here, responsive, as you can see, it's with a V, not with a B, which is not from responsible, but responsive from response, which means that we are able to respond to each other's needs. So the needs and expectations of the different stakeholders are taken into account. And why? Why are we doing that? With a view to making sure that it will be accepted by these stakeholders. So, for example, if they are the ones that will follow up in the different phases of the value chain, we need to make sure that whatever we are designing is of interest. For example, if we are doing an active principle for an immunotherapy, we need to make sure that there is a company willing to continue with the research with this candidate. So we need to engage the company from the very early stage, right? So we need this acceptability and also ethical acceptability, and you will have a talk later about that. Then we need to make sure it will be sustainable. I think by involving all these stakeholders, we increase the willingness to follow on the different phases of the value chain, so it makes this research line more sustainable in time. And then societal desirability. It will be responding to the needs and expectations of society. And we will see a slide later on these needs that are there and how the research community are responding to these needs. Right? And of course, sustainability, it's not only what I said, but also there is environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. And what does he say at the end of the definition? All this is in order to allow a proper embedding of scientific and technological advancements in society. So as we said before, it's talking about impact. It's talking about making sure that we are not publishing only, but we are publishing for impact, for change. And the definition of impact, which will come later on, is change outside the scientific community. There are other movements that also illustrate this, what we are saying today. And for example, the policies of the missions, even though you may not be doing research in one of the missions, it's still interesting to read about what they are trying to achieve in the way research is being performed under these missions. And for example, Mazzucato, in one of her documents, already says that we need to explore how, within a mission, we find this collaborative organizational model between different projects. So she is already talking about what we are talking today. How do we organize collectively to achieve the mission? Because we realize that with the fragmented model of projects, sometimes I say that we play projects, right? Because we need to survive in our system and we go from one project to the other. And what we are facing is that this fragmented model is not achieving the goals we would like to achieve. And the question is, how do we need to better orchestrate all these projects? And this is what Mazzucato also suggests in these policies of mission-oriented research. But there are other policies as well. For example, the UN with the Sustainable Development Goals. There are some of the goals, if you look at them, that are suggesting also changes in the how and not only on the what. For example, the number 17 is about creating partnerships. So at the end, it's talking about what we are talking today. There is another one that talks about research, and it's about research with impact, because what we want is that this research helps all the other sustainable development goals. And there is another one, which is quality education, which is absolutely necessary in order to achieve what we are talking about today, right? And in this document, for example, the UN also says that to make all that we are talking today possible, we need to create spaces, we need to create infrastructures. And they say that we need what they call intermediary structures, which are intermediary structures between the quadruple helix. I don't know if you've heard about that, right? So science, policy, citizens, and business, right? So these structures that facilitate all these interconnections to happen between the different stakeholders. And last but not least, there is another important movement that is a field of research which is called transdisciplinary research. And as I said, in the center of Europe, there are many research institutes devoted to transdisciplinary research. And as you can see in this picture here, basically the difference between interdisciplinary research and transdisciplinary research is that in both we get integration of knowledge between different disciplines in academia, but the difference is that in transdisciplinary research we also get the integration of knowledge outside academia, right? And that's why it's called transdisciplinary research, right? So the knowledge, the experiential knowledge is valued as much as the academic knowledge, because we realize that only in that way we will be able to solve these complex and persistent challenges that we are addressing today. And as I said, these are research centers because there is no one-size-fits-all solutions to achieve these goals that we are trying to address today. As I said before, with system thinking methodologies, we will need to be able to identify the impact barriers that we find for our research, and therefore another of the conceptual frameworks that we can be inspired by is this movement which is called system innovation and system thinking approaches. So we can see here that responsible research and innovation can be the umbrella, but that there are many movements around the world and that they are all interesting to address simultaneously or to inspire how responsible research and innovation can be applied. Then before we move to the how, we will focus now on the why. Why are we talking about opening, research, and innovation? I already have talked about impact. So one of the first and most important, I think, reasons why we need to open is because we need to increase our impact. And as impact is defined, impact are the effects felt outside academia. And they are probable with a V, which means that they need to be measured. We need to be able to measure them, so there have to be proofs that there are benefits of research in the real world. As I said, the funders normally don't expect you to have impact in your research project, but they expect you to create these spaces where you reflect about these different following up steps towards impact, right? And before impact, there will be the outcomes of the project that will happen sometimes also after the project ends with the exploitation plan, right? And then these outcomes will move to the impact, right? And this is one of the reasons why we need responsible research and innovation, because we will only arrive to the outcomes and impact if our problem is complex, if we address it with responsible research and innovation approaches. Another of the reasons is trust, right? Trust is something very easy to lose and very difficult to maintain. And we can see that over the world, universities, I don't know if I can say that as strongly, but somehow we are losing public trust if we look at it, for example, by analyzing the investment that we see, for example, in the universities in our country, right? Thinking about national funding. I don't know about your university here, and I know that there is a very strong support, political support at local level. But we can see that, for example, sometimes at national level, universities are losing trust, right? And we can see also that when we see that the budget in our country decreases for research or doesn't increase as much as we think should be increased, we don't see people in the street complaining for that, and we rarely hear now we have elections, we rarely hear in the elections to talk about these issues, right? About the investment of research and innovation. So we see that there is a need to increase this trust, and also for later on the embedding of the results of our research in society. For example, what has happened with the vaccines, with COVID-19, and with other infectious diseases. Another reason why we are here today talking about that, I like a lot to illustrate this reason with a movement that originated a long time ago. In 1981, the first person with HIV was diagnosed in the United States. Only 2 years later, the affected community was organized, and they said, we want nothing about us without us. And that's a long time ago. Have we managed to respond to this patient's community to make sure that whatever we are doing for them is done with them? And that's basically what they were claiming for, and there is therefore another reason why we need to open, and it is that there are some communities that really want to participate and have their say, because at the end the results are for them, right? Another reason, and I mentioned that before already, the needs. When we talk to different stakeholders, sometimes we realize that perhaps the needs we are addressing are not the top priorities of these people we are doing the research for. If we look, for example, at a study that was performed by in the UK with different research clinical trials, we can see that what they saw is that most of the clinical trials were focusing in this blue part here, which was the development of new drugs, vaccines, and biologicals. However, in the UK, they have the James Lind Alliance, which is an infrastructure, an intermediary infrastructure, as the ones that the UN suggests to create, where they constantly are creating spaces for deliberation with healthcare providers, patients, and researchers. And with these three sorts of stakeholders, they come up with the priorities, the top priorities that should be in the research agenda for different illnesses. And what they see is that with different of these agendas, the proportions of needs that appear are with this different distribution. So we can see that, of course, there is still a need for new drugs and new biologicals, but we can see that there are other colors here that appear more prominently than what is being researched so far. So what this is saying is that there is a mismatch between what people need and what we are doing. And I put here the British Medical Journal because I learned about this paper through them, because the editor in a conference was explaining that when they saw this paper, they changed their editorial policy. And they changed the distribution of papers that they were publishing, realizing that they were publishing in this manner, very influenced by industry needs, but not so much influenced by patients' needs. And in green and red, what we have, for example, are issues related with the psychological aspects of an illnesses, with educational needs of patients having an illness, with the promotion of physical exercise and healthy and sustainable diets, and so on and so on. And finally, another of the reasons why we are talking about all this today, we saw in the definition of responsible research and innovation that there is a need for ethical acceptability. And behind the ethical acceptability, there are values. And behind these values, there are sometimes controversies on the products we launch to the market or the services we launch to the market. And by inviting all these stakeholders to reflect and define these solutions, we may decrease the probabilities of having these controversies. And finally, as I said before, another of the reasons why we are talking about opening is because sometimes in European projects, what they tell us is that we need to obtain some results and then do the dissemination and exploitation plan. And then we will get some outcomes, and these outcomes will eventually improve the impact or contribute to the impact, right? This is, in fact, a very linear thinking approach. The assumption behind this is that with our results, we can move to the exploitation, get the outcomes, and then the impact. So this is a linear approach to the solution of the problem. And therefore, this is a why here, responsible research and innovation is needed in order to make sure that we don't design this as a linear approach, but that these plans of exploitation plans or impact strategic plans are designed in a way that don't start only when the projects and the results are there, but that they start early on at the beginning. And hopefully, if you are in a community with different projects, they are permanently being implemented, these sort of reflections, all through the resolution of the different projects in order to collectively be contributing and measuring the impact we are achieving. So these are basically some of the reasons why we want to open our research. And here again, I invite you to reflect individually about which of those inspire you to open your research. And we could actually summarize them in three, and this is published in the scientific literature, that actually there are three, where all these ones that I have said before fit in. Okay, the first one, this patient saying we want to have our say, responds to a normative reason. We have seen, for example, in the UK, there is a movement called Patient and Public Involvement in Research, which says that every single research project on health should involve patients, right? So this is a normative reason. They believe that because it's to make it more democratic, because they have the right to decide, to participate, we need to involve them anyway, in any sort of project. The second reason is instrumental. We have seen some examples in the slide before, right? We need this legitimacy. We need this trust. We need people to be willing to use our research results. So we need this legitimacy. And the third one, last but not least, we need better results. And we know that we produce a lot of papers that sometimes don't have much impact, not even inside the scientific community. We don't have these solutions for the complex problems. We are not addressing some needs that are there outside the scientific community, and sometimes we don't consider the values enough in our research projects and in the solutions we design. So we need to make sure that we involve these stakeholders to get better results and therefore better impact. Okay, and now we move to the last section of the presentation, which is how are we going to open? Right? Because I hope I convinced you already that there is a need and that there are many reasons, and I think they are strong enough to move towards this new paradigm. Regarding the 3 reasons I just presented, I would add that perhaps differently of the approach in the UK, I believe that what is ideal is that when you design an open and inclusive process, you try to achieve the 3 goals at the same time. I have a friend in the Barcelona Science Park, in the Institute of Biomedical Research, IRB, Barcelona, who says sometimes to me that when he hears me, he says, "Oh, Rosina, I like a lot your presentation," and perhaps you're thinking that already. "I like a lot, it's very important, responsible research and innovation, but believe me," he's working on diabetics, and he says, "But believe me, I've been doing for 20 years. I've been involving patients, and it's theater." Because what he does is basic research, sometimes a bit applied, but it's very much, there are not still clinical trials normally in the research he does. And therefore, if you try to involve the patients at this stage, sometimes it's not that clear that the 3 goals that I mentioned before will be happening at the same time, right? So perhaps he was trying to do it for normative reasons, just to make sure that he thought that they should be there, but he was not seeing this other objective being attained. Perhaps this one, yes, he was gaining legitimacy within the patient associations, but he was not getting better results out of these processes he was designing. And the question is, who are the stakeholders that he needs to dedicate more time in order to make sure that his research increases impact? And perhaps with patients, it's enough what he's doing, but he needs to improve the involvement of industry, for example, companies, right? So he may need to think about who are the stakeholders, also perhaps different projects in Europe or globally trying to achieve the same goals as he's achieving and reflecting together on these impact barriers and decreasing the uncertainty of the decisions they are taking in their research. Would that improve the research line? So it's important to make these reflections and see what is needed in order to make sure that the 3 aims are achieved in an open and inclusive process. Having said that, okay, this is starting perhaps to look more interesting than what my friend expected from RRI, but how, right? How are we going to do it? Well, if we look at what has been happening during these last decades, we can see that there are different initiatives that we have been taken from research centers and universities, always looking at improving the relationship between research and innovation, right? The science and innovation system, and some stakeholders that had been traditionally been left outside. And who are those stakeholders? Civil society, for example, patient associations and their families and healthcare carers, policymakers, and the education community, right? So, for example, in this faculty, all the education that is happening. And we can see that in the science and innovation system, I've put several of these ones as well, researchers and industry, because we have also been struggling for technology transfer, knowledge transfer, and even collaboration between different disciplines and so on. And basically, in all these efforts, what we have seen is that the sort of thinking has been a bit linear, right? So basically what we have been doing is we develop research, then we try to do technology transfer and we give it to industry, and then through industry we make it arrive to society, right? And with this model we have created units of technology transfer, units of communication, units of dissemination, units of outreach as well with events in many different universities. Industry has, of course, strong marketing departments to make sure that these people out there understand what we are doing and buy it, right? And we can see, for example, with vaccines, that sometimes that's not the case, but also with many other solutions that when arrive to the market have not the impact we would like. And what is described also in the scientific literature is that this is called deficit model. This linear thinking that we will do whatever we will do and then it will be used out there, it's a deficit model. And basically what responsible research and innovation says is that in order to break this deficit model, what we need to do is to engage these stakeholders and also improve the engagement of these ones inside here all together in order to decrease these systemic barriers that are impeding us to have the impact we would like. And therefore, if we remember this PPI movement in the UK, patient and public involvement, it's not only about patients and the public, but it's more complicated than that. Sometimes the complexity may be inside the scientific domain within academia, and that means that we have to put a lot of effort between different disciplines still, or within our discipline even, or sometimes perhaps it's with patients or perhaps with other stakeholders out there. And the question is, okay, we have understood now what is responsible research and innovation, but how? Still, we haven't answered the question, right? Well, over the world, we have many different initiatives trying to solve this issue, and they have created infrastructures, as I said before, right? We've mentioned some infrastructure already, but there are many other ones. Like, for example, living labs have been created all over the world. You can see here a picture of the network of living labs around the world. Also, later in the value chain, at the innovation stage, we can see fab labs and maker spaces that are also proliferating all over the world. This is, for example, the network of fab labs with more than 1,500 fab labs all over the world, and opening the innovation processes with citizens, right? For example, universities opening the use of the instruments you have in the university to other stakeholders in your community to enter in the university after students leave, and to make sure that they are also of service to other people who may also want to do research or innovation. Or also another strong movement, citizen science, right? Involving, again, different stakeholders in the research process. There is an association in Europe with more and more research groups being part of. Or also, for example, as I said, Institute of Transdisciplinary Research, or the creation of living labs like the one we are coordinating together with La Caixa Foundation, and recently also with the City Council of Barcelona. There are also many different methodologies, and we have been talking about this movement, the PPI in the UK, but as I said, right, system thinking, patient experience, transdisciplinary research, transformative change, transition innovation, system innovation, design thinking, science in transition. So here there are movements and methodological frameworks and so on, under which there are many different methodologies. And you can find, for example, in this website here, some methodologies that can be useful for you to engage stakeholders in your research. This is an action catalog that was created within a research project, a European project, some years ago, that can be of use to you. And with all these methodologies, then we can design our engagement processes in order to design our impact strategies, collective impact strategies. And the question is that in how often, with who, and how are we going to engage? And this is what you are going to include in your strategic plan, right? Impact strategic plan. We suggest to work, therefore, with 4 phases. The strategic plan can be developed in the second phase, but of course, before, you will need to decide in which mission or missions, different missions within a challenge, you will need to address. Because when you look at the challenge, you may see that you are focusing in one mission, but if you remember the picture of Matsukato before, there are different missions under one sustainable development goal. So maybe you want to identify the other missions that are also relevant for what you are doing, right? And to organize some stakeholders within the different missions that are key all together within a roadmap that you will define together with them. And then together with them, you will identify, of course, the key stakeholders within each of these missions. And looking at the stakeholders with this open and inclusive approach that we mentioned before. Once you finish your exploratory phase, you can move to say, okay, within each of these missions, we need to design these impact strategies. We need to reflect together and identify that barrier that we saw before. What are our impact barriers? right? And once we identify these impact barriers, we can design impact strategies to address these impact barriers, again, with a participatory approach, which is the following phases, right? The implementation phase and the reflexive monitoring phase, which has to be also participatory. For the design of this strategy, what happens normally is that we will start by first looking at the present, right? Doing an analysis of the current situation. And what we face in this analysis of the current situation is that, for example, we can do a system map and we can realize that the situation is very complex. And that what we are trying to address, and for example, your research group may be here, addressing 2 factors or 3 factors or these ones here, but we realize with these system maps how our research is interconnected with all these other factors, and then collectively we identify which ones are the leverage factors, which ones are the key systemic barriers that we need to address. And then this creates the need to work together. Because when I realize that this research group here and these stakeholders perhaps outside academia here are working here and it's so interconnected with what I'm doing, I realize that we need to meet every now and then and go out of the room, as we said in the slides at the beginning, in order to continuously be exploring this interconnection and adapt my research to the context that is happening out there. And basically, when we map this reality and this complexity, we realize that the solution cannot be a one-off intervention. We need an integrated intervention of solutions, different solutions, orchestrated, like in an orchestra. We have a fragmented model, we have incredible instruments, but we lack the director of the orchestra, right? We need to make sure that all the instruments play together in order to be more effective at achieving the impact we envisage. And we do this strategic thinking by creating 3 sorts of knowledge, right, in the research process. Because at the end, as I said at the beginning, it's a research process. Designing a strategy is no longer something that we can do with a consultancy, perhaps, because it's more complex than that. We need to do research and create 3 sorts of knowledge. The first sort of knowledge is system knowledge, the knowledge about the current situation. And the question we answer here is, why is it so complex to solve our problem? Right? We describe this complexity and sometimes we map it together with stakeholders in workshops. Then we move to the future and we say, okay, if at present this is so complex, how would a future look like if the main systemic barriers here were not there anymore, right? And we design together a shared vision of the future. This creates what is called and defined in systems innovation approaches as the creative tension. A creative tension between all the stakeholders, between present and future. With this creative tension, we see this need to change the how. And this need to change the how is written in this strategic plan, which is transformation knowledge. And here there is again this need to do research on where is this change already happening? How are they overcoming these barriers in these places where this is already happening? And how could that improve? And with all this knowledge, we can design these strategies to move from present to future. In order to do these processes, we are now about to publish a paper with a methodology that we have named System-Oriented Dialogue Model that we believe will help you once it's out there. It's already accepted, but it's not still out, but it's nearly out there. And what we have done in this methodology basically is that we have combined 2 methodologies that we believe are very useful. One methodology is this one, which is called the dialogue model of participation, which explains how you can engage different stakeholders in reflections and in knowledge production, and how you can integrate knowledge from different stakeholders. This is transdisciplinary research, right? And so it says that, for example, in the consultation phase, you can engage different stakeholders separately, and then you integrate the knowledge from all of them. Integration phase. Then you validate the integration you get with the different stakeholders to make sure your job was done attending to the needs and expectations of all of them. And then you can do a methodology to prioritize what has come up and then to design the strategic agenda, the strategic plan. And then you move to programming and implementation and dissemination. And for the consultation, as we said before, it's not easy to identify these systemic barriers because they are systemic. They are in different, what is called characteristics of a system. It's described in the scientific literature, structuration theory, it's called, that in a system, in order to transform it, there are different characteristics that need to be taken into account. And this is what is described in methodologies like, for example, system analysis. And in a system analysis, they give us different system characteristics that we need to reflect on and create knowledge in order to design these strategies for impact. And actually, what I'm saying here, I think, can be very well understood with this picture that I like a lot. And I know that perhaps if it's the first time you see it, it's a bit overwhelming, but I will try to explain it very easily. Basically, I live in a village near the sea, and I sometimes like to put the example of what happens when you go into the sea and you are trying to swim in one direction and there is a strong current that comes from here, right? Or if you are sailing with a boat, you know that there is a strong current. You will need to consider this current in order to make sure that your boat will achieve the place that you want to, where you want to arrive. So with research and innovation, this is similar, right? What we have is that there are many projects sometimes that are at a very early stage that we are now still producing a very niche moment of new knowledge that is very disruptive sometimes. Eventually, this knowledge that is very disruptive becomes more like a breakthrough. So there are more people that are doing this sort of research, but that doesn't mean that this sort of research is crossing here. And that doesn't mean that this research is achieving impact. And this would be impact outside academia. Okay, so changing something outside academia. And what we can see is that in order to make sure that our research line can have impact, we need to somehow consider this current, like in the sea, we said. And in this current, what we have are these system characteristics that we said in the previous slide. Okay, and these system characteristics can be issues related to society, to technology, to the environment or the physical infrastructure, to economic aspects, to political aspects, to values of society, and so on. With the projects we develop, therefore, it's not a coincidence that the results we get can be displayed in a similar manner as the UN displays the Sustainable Development Goals. The UN displays them in this manner, and they don't come up with 3 or 5 aims, which is what is normal in a strategy, because the UN recognizes the complexity. And they realize that for a society to be sustainable, we need to address the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In the same manner, we are designing these strategies. These strategies for impact are complex, and they will have different aims. For example, these are the results that we got during the COVID period, where we engaged more than 800 students and their families and schools and their teachers in a reflection on what are the systemic barriers to improve prevention in schools. And we could see that there were many different goals that need to be achieved in a school in order to be effective at preventing infectious diseases that are transmitted by air, like COVID, for example, right? And we can see that there are issues related with patients' participation and families' participations, with the models of communication to be perhaps more collaborative and more effective on how we are sharing knowledge and making it transdisciplinary, et cetera, okay? So there are many different issues that need to be taken into account. Then what we do, again, we don't want to seem overwhelming. We need to do a priority setting, identify which ones are the most leveraged in order to design the action plan. And then we move to phase 3, and we design this action plan, and we divide the ecosystem of stakeholders in teams in order to address the different priorities that are prioritized in the previous phase. When we move to implementation and start doing projects, what we need to make sure is that in each of the projects, we think about how to engage and who to engage in each of the phases of each of the projects. And here is the research cycle, so with the different phases. Okay, and here there is a brainstorming of the who. The who can be very varied, as I said before. It may not be only patients. Here there are some examples on what as well. What are we going to do during this project? So, for example, are we going to create management structures like a community advisory board with patients to make sure that all through the process we will engage them? Are we going to do some knowledge integration on which sorts of knowledge will we need to integrate? For example, if we are developing immunotherapies, do we need to integrate knowledge with people doing immunotherapies in different illnesses and in different cell types? If we are doing health promotion, do we need to integrate knowledge from different disciplines and also citizens and so on? Then, of course, with this knowledge integration, we can still better the process, so improve what we are doing. So we may create committees for them to participate in the decision-making of the process. Then we may want also to create a team that works on policy development, which may be needed, training, health promotion of patients that are participating in the process, and of course a team for the assessment of impact, which is very important. And in all these processes, there is, as I mentioned before, this ladder of participation that can be inspiring. So we can decide on the level of participation from non-participation to degrees of citizen power and in between other models of participation that we may want to embed in the process. For example, we have in Irsikasha a community advisory board with patients where we don't tell them that we delegate the power. We say that it's our responsibility to make decisions, and what we do there is we consult them. And with their input, then we make the decisions, sometimes together, of course, but the end decision is ours. And this is something that needs to be very transparent from the beginning. And last but not least, the impact assessment. We can assess impact. This is a critical question, right? How do you assess impact? This could be a research line, how to assess impact, but we can already identify some indicators. There are some papers already on this, and you can measure the learning that happens, the knowledge integration that happens through the process, and who benefits from this learning. Also the learning that happens with students that may be involved in the process, or the learning that you take and then you bring to the students. Then the changes in the organizational model, how you are starting to work with this ecosystem of stakeholders, and of course the changes related to your challenge. And therefore, what we are talking about today, and now I'm starting to arrive to the end of this section, that you might already be working with an ecosystem. Of course, researchers are always collaborating with different stakeholders, but what we are saying today, as Matsukato says in her policy, is how we are going to collaborate better with other projects and meet with all of them at this stage, or even at the level of the Sustainable Development Goals, so different missions, at what moments and how are we going to organize that. And this means creating sometimes even a network within the Sustainable Development Goal we are trying to achieve. And these innovation networks, what they do basically is that they promote this new way of problem solving. They promote spaces for exploration, spaces for needs assessment, spaces to identify these system barriers, and spaces for strategic reflection, with the characteristics of RRI that we said before, being open, with diversity of stakeholders, with anticipation and deep reflection, knowledge integration, and being able to respond to these inputs through the process, through iterative loops. So we do it once, then we do it again, then we do it again. Sometimes we stop and we meet. We go out of that room, we meet and go back to the room. It doesn't mean that you will stop being in your room, but it's about getting out of that room, perhaps more often within this network, where we get a lot of mutual learning, a lot of knowledge integration, and a lot of co-creation for these integrated strategies for impact, right? And for more transdisciplinary knowledge. And basically, these are the loops that I was saying before, right? So with these meetings out of the room, you keep on gaining more clarity, decreasing the uncertainty, finding this leverage and acting more strategically, then you learn and adapt, and you start the loop again, right? So you may meet, I don't know, once every 6 months, once every year, perhaps during a period more often if you are developing the strategy. Of course, you may be thinking this takes time. You can put this in work packages of European projects. Perhaps in national funding, you may not have enough money to cover this. But if you are in an ecosystem with other stakeholders, there will always be one or other European project where you can charge this sort of expenses, right? And dedicate this time to do these reflections. We are currently doing this in 4 European projects, and we are now applying for more. And also we have the support of La Caixa Foundation, and these are the challenges we are working with. On health promotion with mental health and COVID-19 prevention, also promotion of health and sustainable diets, not in schools like these ones, but these ones in neighborhoods with a network of different organizations, and also now starting to work also on more therapeutical challenges like the immunotherapies, one that I mentioned, or one in long COVID with more than 100 participants from our hospital, primary care, and patients associations. And now to finish, what we have said today is we are at a moment of change. I think we all agree that it's not only in the scientific community, but the world is changing a lot. And it's not strange that if the world is changing a lot, we also need to change the system, our system, the research and innovation system. With this new way of problem solving, where we go out of the room more often with this transdisciplinary knowledge to get better impact, and within Innovation Network. Basically, what we have been talking about today is that we have sometimes a bit of a fragmented model to solve our problems, and we need to go towards this collaborative and systemic and decentralized approach to have more impact. And sometimes we may need infrastructures to give support to these networks, because it's hard work to keep this network working. There are already some documents, for example, the European Centre for Disease Control says that we need to dedicate dedicated efforts to achieve all what we are saying today. Mazzucato also says we need to start new conversations between fundamental research, applied research, and cutting-edge innovation. But again, this seems a bit linear. We need to make sure we create these new conversations, but are those the only stakeholders, or do we need to do it also differently at different phases of the process? Therefore, our research projects will still, for example, focus on designing a process, but our research projects will also be part of different organizational models where there will be also other sorts of reflections on what actions are needed, what instruments are needed, and what organizations need to be changed to achieve what we want to do within these innovation networks. And to finish, when this bridge was opened in London in the year 2000, I was living in London, and Norman Foster opened this bridge. The population in London were waiting for this bridge because, as you may know, it's very central in London. And when it was open, it was closed after some days. And the reason why it was closed is because the architect, which was already very famous, didn't anticipate something that happens with a collective group of people. And this is anticipation, is a key word that appeared today a lot. What happened on that bridge is that people started to walk with a similar frequency, and that created a resonance on the bridge that make it vibrate with a dangerous movement that made the bridge to close and to improve the solution, attending to this collective need or to this collective impact of this group of people that were crossing the bridge. And I think it's a very good example. In this case, it's an example of how strong, when we align all together in one direction, how strong can be our impact. In this case, the impact was not positive, but well, at the end, it improved the solution. And in our case, I think we can even find better impacts in our challenges we are trying to achieve, and move, therefore, from this deficit model toward this model of collective impact with these collaborative, decentralized, and integrated approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosina, for this inspiring, I should say. I think you convinced us already. So, gracias por la presentación. Yo creo que nos ha convencido, si no estábamos ya convencidos de la filosofía que hay detrás. Ahora tenemos un pequeño margen de preguntas. Si queréis alguien aquí o en casa preguntar alguna cosa a Rosina, aprovechar que la tenemos aquí. Mientras lo pensáis, le lanzo yo una. Viendo un poco la explicación, no sé hasta qué punto el sistema de investigación vía proyecto y vía financiación facilita o dificulta esta estrategia colectiva, integradora, ¿no? ¿Es fácil o difícil? ¿Qué dificultades puede haber en el sistema como lo tenemos? Y no solo el sistema de financiación vía proyecto, sino quizá las estructuras de investigación al uso, digamos, que sí que hay nuevas y cambiantes, pero quizá las más tradicionales no sé si facilitan este tipo de acciones.
Es una muy buena pregunta. Es verdad que jugando, ¿no? Como he dicho yo antes, yo creo que a veces un poco jugamos a proyectos y de una manera un poco fragmentada, y jugando a proyectos jugamos así porque el sistema un poco nos lleva hacia aquí. Yo un poco lo que recomiendo es que si tú te juntas en un ecosistema donde hay varios grupos que no tienen por qué ser locales, pueden ser de donde sea del mundo, pero tú creas este ecosistema con el que decides que colectivamente quieres incrementar impacto, siempre habrá alguien que tendrá algún tipo de proyecto que puede albergar este tipo de acciones. Como decía, ¿no? Si tú presentas un proyecto europeo, por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos 4 grupos o 5 de investigación en Irsicacha que hacen inmunoterapias. No todos tienen financiación europea en estos momentos y, por lo tanto, no todos podrían pagar este tipo de espacios, porque al final es tiempo y, por lo tanto, es dinero, ¿no? Pero si pedimos un proyecto europeo nuevo, pues metemos esto en un Work Package y así cuando tengamos esa financiación, los otros que tengan financiación nacional podrán beneficiarse de esto, ¿no? Esto es jugando con el sistema que hay ahora. Luego hay países como Suecia, que tiene una agencia de innovación que en sí es innovadora. Yo un día en un coffee break les dije, pero ¿cómo lo hacéis para cambiar tanto el sistema? Y dice, claro, es que una agencia que financia innovación tiene que ser innovadora, ¿no? Y digo, pues sí. Suena muy lógico, ¿no? Pero no siempre lo tenemos. Y ellos en ese caso lo que hacen es que financian también esta parte del proceso. O sea, hay convocatorias exclusivas para esto. De hecho, en Cataluña, no sé si estáis ahora, desde el Departamento de Economía de la Generalitat, también se está haciendo un curso que va muy en esta dirección y habrá financiación de PECs para las universidades, justamente. Y, por lo tanto, ya escoger una misión y la universidad cómo va a trabajar en esto. O sea, poco a poco está emergiendo, pero es verdad que el momento tampoco no está del todo implementado. Las convocatorias europeas empiezan a promover que se creen Living Labs, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en esta facultad podría haber un Living Lab que diera apoyo a todos los grupos de investigación, o quizá no hay que crearlo a nivel de facultad, sino crearlo entre varias, o ir viendo cómo se crean estas intermediary structures que nos dice la ONU y tantas otras organizaciones.
Tomaremos buena nota. Una lástima que no esté la vicerrectora aquí, pero se lo trasladaremos inmediatamente. No sé si hay alguna pregunta. Pensaba que estabas levantando la mano. ¿Alguna pregunta en la sala? ¿No?
Ya lo has comentado, ¿no? Pero todo esto lo hacemos para que haya un impacto. El tema del impacto, ¿no? Cómo se valora, cómo... ya has dicho, ¿no? Tendría que haber una línea de estrategia solo para valorar esto, ¿no? Si pudieras poner más ejemplos, ¿no? O a ver, desde los proyectos, cómo también para dar financiación, el impacto que es para los que te dan la financiación o para dónde tienes que ir llegar.
El impacto a veces, depende de quién te financia la investigación, está definido, ¿no? Yo a veces soy un poco fan, lo habréis notado porque hablo mucho de la Comisión Europea, porque me gusta cómo evolucionan las políticas científicas, ¿no? Y ellos, por ejemplo, te definen el impacto que quieren en el Work Program. Y de hecho hay una diapositiva de la Comisión Europea que lo explica, que ves cómo la política o sea, democráticamente escogemos a quién tiene que gobernar la Comisión Europea. Entonces, a partir de eso definen como unos impactos muy generales y esto es la estrategia de la Comisión Europea. Entonces, de la estrategia de la Comisión Europea se definen los work programs que tienen que alimentar esos impactos de la estrategia, por lo tanto, escogidos democráticamente. Y entonces, en los work programs encontrarás el impacto que quieren. Entonces, es un poco pensar un poco al revés, ¿no? Antes de pensar en el proyecto que vas a hacer, mirar qué impacto buscan ellos y entonces mirar qué outcomes tú podrías un poco aspirar a conseguir. Porque, como te decía, ¿no? Ellos no esperan que tú consigas impacto, ojalá, a veces sí, pero normalmente no son complejos y por lo tanto requieren muchos proyectos. Pero sí que buscan que tengas esa reflexión de cómo tú vas a conseguir unos resultados y cómo esos resultados se van a convertir en outcomes y cómo esos outcomes en impacto. Y el impacto es fuera del ámbito académico. Entonces, respondiendo a lo que decías tú de cómo lo vas a medir, un poco la diapositiva esa que decía, ¿no? Empiezan a haber papers de esto, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en un proyecto que justamente estuvimos con Diana, que está por aquí de Budapest, el Fit for Food 2030, pues ha salido un paper recientemente que ha analizado el impacto que obtuvimos, pues su organización, la nuestra y varias que habían por Europa, y lo ha medido en 3 tipos de impacto, que es aquella diapositiva que he puesto. Uno es de aprendizaje. Eso lo podemos medir y, claro, si nosotros creamos estos espacios donde salimos de la habitación y hacemos generamos este conocimiento para entender mejor qué es lo que está dificultando, si lo estamos haciendo bien, estamos teniendo suficientemente en cuenta estas barreras de impacto y tal, en estas habitaciones, si hay gente de fuera del ámbito académico, eso ya es impacto. Con lo cual, es verdad que no estaremos consiguiendo quizá el impacto que aquí dice en el Work Program, pero sí ese impacto que lo podremos defender y que va a ser valorado. Por lo tanto, hay este impacto de aprendizaje. Luego el otro es de modelo organizativo. Hasta ahora los pacientes quizá no estaban, o las empresas de desarrollo de apps, porque yo estaba solo identificando determinantes y eso vendría después, pero yo ya las estoy involucrando ahora. Y por lo tanto estas empresas ya están acogiendo otra vez un aprendizaje de venir ahora que facilitará que fluya la cadena de valor después. Y por lo tanto hay este cambio en el modelo organizativo de cómo organizamos esta red, cómo hacemos que integrar conocimiento entre todos estos actores, que eso también se puede definir como impacto, porque ya estás involucrando actores de fuera del mundo académico. Y el tercero sería el impacto para el reto que tú quieres, que normalmente este no lo consigues, pero sí que tienes que poder defender cómo tú con los resultados vas a fluir en las siguientes etapas. Y la siguiente etapa serán los outcomes, ¿no? Por ejemplo, conseguir que una empresa pues, financie la etapa posterior para validar los resultados que yo he desarrollado y desarrollar un kit de diagnóstico, por ejemplo. Pues eso ya sería pues con qué empresas vas a hablar y tal. Igual no acabarás el proyecto diciendo sí, ya tengo la financiación, pero sí que podrás defender que has hablado con ellas y cómo lo has hecho, con cuántas, etcétera. Entonces serían estos 3 tipos de indicadores los que puedes defender.
Perfecto, pues.
En Inglaterra hay institutos de investigación de impacto, que es un poco como lo que decía hoy de los de transdisciplinariedad, también los hay de impacto.
Perfecto, pues muchas gracias. Yo creo que tomamos buena nota, hemos aprendido muchas cosas, o sea, ya has generado impacto aquí. Y ahora, si os parece, hacemos una breve pausa, tenemos un coffee break afuera, nos vemos de nuevo a las 11 con ejemplos prácticos, ¿no? de este Research and Innovation, Responsible Research and Innovation Process. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Vinga, seguirem amb la sessió. Tenim ara una sessió densa però interessant. Com podeu veure, a la segona part del matí, és a dir, la primera part del matí l'hem dedicat, perdó, la primera part de la mañana la hemos dedicado a un... Hi ha hagut danys col·laterals? Està tothom bé? Val. La primera parte de la sesión la hemos dedicado a una perspectiva más, un enfoque quizá más teórico, aunque haya habido ejemplos prácticos, pero un enfoque teórico de qué es eso de la Responsible Research Innovation. Y ahora la idea es bajar esa idea a qué dimensiones debe tener y qué ejemplos o de qué forma podemos tratar esas diferentes dimensiones. Entonces, un poco esa es la idea, las dimensiones son las que tenéis aquí. Ética, género, gobernanza, open access vinculado a temas de datos, la colaboración ciudadana y el tema de la educación científica, y tenemos ponentes para cada una de estas dimensiones, ¿vale? Empezaremos con la parte o la dimensión ética, que va a presentar Esther Busquets. Esther es doctora en filosofía por la Ramon Llull, con una tesis sobre ética del cuidar en la obra de Tolstoy, y diplomada en enfermería por la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona. Es profesora de ética de la Facultad de Ciencias de Salud y el Bienestar de la Universitat de Vic Central de Catalunya, coordinadora de formación e investigación en la Cátedra de Bioética, Fundació Grífols, UBIC UCC, y es secretaria del Comité de Ética de la Investigación aquí en la UBIC. Así que, Esther, cuando quieras.
Hasta aquí, sí, sí. Vale, vale. Que no sé si la posava esto. Muy bien. Gracias, Ana, por la presentación. I will do my speech in English, but the power is in English. La investigación es esencial, ¿no?, para la humanidad. Lo vemos aquí, ¿no?, para mejorar, ¿no?, incrementar pues, lo que es la calidad de vida, ¿no?, de las personas, también de los animales, del medio ambiente, del patrimonio, etcétera, pero aquí nos centramos en la investigación en el ámbito sanitario y social, y por lo tanto el núcleo, ¿no?, de la investigación pues, es mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas, ¿no? Y para mejorar esta calidad de vida de las personas, esta investigación se encuentra con una cuestión ética muy importante, central, que es sobre los medios y los fines. Es decir, para conseguir conocimiento, es decir, el fin, ¿no?, de conseguir conocimiento justifica todos los medios, y aquí hemos visto, ¿no?, y de aquí nace lo que es la ética de la investigación, porque a lo largo de la historia, normalmente, y sobre todo, ¿no?, a partir de durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial, siempre la investigación bioética ética no había cumplido requisitos éticos, ¿no? Desde la prehistoria que hay investigación, pues siempre se hacía investigación con los más vulnerables, y los costes para la vida y las consecuencias para estas poblaciones vulnerables a lo largo de la historia siempre han perdido, ¿no?, y han sido lesionados sus derechos, ¿no?, en el ámbito de la investigación. Tenemos como culminación los experimentos hechos durante el nazismo, ¿no?, que aquí hay una imagen, ¿no?, de, por ejemplo, las investigaciones con gas mostaza, que morían todos los participantes, o investigaciones, ¿no?, comprobar hasta cuántos días puede vivir una persona bebiendo agua salada del mar hasta que morían, o, por ejemplo, las investigaciones vinculadas pues, a cómo el proceso de congelación, o los trasplantes, o esterilizar, ¿no?, a personas porque eran de una raza que no debían reproducirse. Y por lo tanto, en este momento, en los experimentos nazis, nace el primer documento ético, que es el Código de Nuremberg, ¿no?, que intenta poner algunos criterios para limitar, ¿no? Cuáles son, es decir, el fin no justifica todos los medios. Y el Código de Nuremberg del 47, después de los experimentos, ¿no?, de los nazis, después vamos a ver algunos de estos principios que son válidos hoy, pero después de Nuremberg hay otras cuestiones éticas, algunas actuales, pues por ejemplo hubo el caso, ¿no?, de Tuskegee, que eran afroamericanos básicamente analfabetos, que lo que se hacía es que tenían sífilis. Sabíamos que la sífilis se podía curar con antibiótico y durante 40 años no fueron, el estudio empezó en el año 32 y terminó en el año 72. 40 años que afroamericanos no fueron tratados de una enfermedad, ¿no?, que era curable, para investigar cómo evolucionaba la enfermedad, ¿no? O experimentos de ámbito social, ¿no?, como el experimento Milgram, ¿no?, para ver cómo se reaccionaba, ¿no?, el comportamiento ante las órdenes de superiores, ¿no? Y actualmente en Occidente vamos a ver que tenemos un conjunto de documentos con unos principios éticos para hacer bien la investigación, pero no podemos olvidar que en países, ¿no?, en los países no occidentales, se continúa haciendo investigación con medios que no son éticos, ¿no?, es decir, sin consentimiento, estudios metodológicamente no contrastados. Y en Occidente sí que hay ahora un último, ¿no?, debate importante, ¿no?, en relación con el movimiento animalista, de si es ético utilizar, ¿no?, animales para poder investigar. Es verdad que ahora también tenemos los comités de bienestar animal, ¿no?, que garantizan que los animales que participan en la investigación, ¿no?, médica no sufran, ¿no?, en este proceso, pero se hace investigación en animal, y sí que es verdad que se intenta, que esto antes no pasaba, que se garantice un bienestar ante esta investigación animal. Esta es un poco la historia, ¿no?, de dónde venimos, que hemos hecho mucha investigación, ¿no?, sin cumplir, ¿no?, principios ni requisitos éticos, y ahora más o menos aquí están puestos aquí un listado que es sacado de el conjunto, ¿no?, de declaraciones de principios éticos que nos indican cuando hacemos investigación cuáles son los principios que debemos tener en cuenta, y después vamos a ver la relación entre los principios éticos de la investigación y la integridad en la investigación. Es decir, es el paso de conocer, ¿no?, qué es lo que debemos hacer, y estos son los principios, y la integridad es poner a la práctica, ¿no?, los principios éticos, ¿no? Y aquí tenemos un resumen muy rápido, ¿no? El primer principio es este de no dañar a la persona. Me centro básicamente en investigación médica, clínica, sanitaria y social, del primum non nocere, ¿no? Es decir, primero no dañar a nadie y respetar sus derechos fundamentales, ¿no? Para no dañar es muy importante el segundo principio, que es diseñar bien el proyecto de investigación. Y dentro del concepto de un buen diseño metodológico, entendemos que comprende los aspectos metodológicos, pero también los aspectos éticos, ¿no? Otro principio importante es hacer una selección justa de los participantes, y esto se tiene que subrayar precisamente porque a lo largo de la historia siempre han sido los colectivos vulnerables los que han cargado con los inconvenientes de la investigación, ¿no? Y lo que se intenta es evitar, ¿no?, seleccionar participantes, ¿no?, de colectivos vulnerables, porque hay más posibilidades de abuso y de daño, ¿no? Y después lo que se dice es que si no se puede evitar, ¿no?, hacer investigación con estos colectivos, es muy importante protegerlos bien y que saquen algún beneficio de esta investigación. Es decir, no se pueden utilizar para beneficios de otros colectivos. Es decir, si investigamos con participantes vulnerables, de colectivos vulnerables, tienen que sacar un provecho de esta investigación. Otro aspecto vinculado un poco con el primer principio sería el análisis de riesgos-beneficios, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, un principio ético es que debemos maximizar los beneficios, minimizar los riesgos. Y por lo tanto, estos riesgos ante una investigación tienen que ser muy, muy, muy mínimos para que reciban la aprobación por parte de un comité de ética. Otro aspecto importantísimo, que esto ha sido una revolución, ¿no?, en el cambio de paradigma, ¿no?, de la investigación clínica, que es consentimiento informado, ¿no? No se puede incluir a nadie en una investigación sin su consentimiento, ¿no? Y por tanto, y aquí ha habido también una evolución en lo que es el consentimiento informado, como que los daños causados durante el nazismo fueron tan graves. Durante unas décadas las declaraciones prohibían poder investigar con personas que no podían dar su consentimiento. Y que ha pasado, por ejemplo, pues los niños, o que hemos visto que determinados colectivos no se podía avanzar o quedaban perjudicados, ¿no?, porque no se podía investigar con ellos, porque no podían dar su consentimiento. Y ahora ya la última declaración, ¿no?, de Helsinki ya dice que si no puedes dar consentimiento, se debe pedir por representación, y también se pone el mismo criterio, que es que si hacemos investigación con colectivos que no pueden dar consentimiento, deben sacar algún beneficio de esta investigación, ¿no? Otro principio muy importante es el respeto a la protección de la intimidad, y por tanto debemos ser cuidadosos con los datos, ¿no?, que obtenemos a través de la investigación, el uso que hacemos, cómo los almacenamos y cómo los custodiamos, ¿no? Esto es un tema vinculado a la protección de datos muy, muy importante. Y finalmente, un criterio imprescindible es la evaluación y el seguimiento por parte de un comité de ética de investigación, ¿no? Y los comités de ética de investigación son vinculantes, por lo tanto, lo que hace el comité es vigilar, ¿no?, comprobar que se cumple, que hay una corrección metodológica, ética y legal, y da un dictamen favorable, ¿no? Y este dictamen es muy importante, y fijaos que cada vez se le da más importancia porque, por ejemplo, para publicar, ¿no?, en revistas, prácticamente ahora ya es criterio imprescindible que te piden el dictamen conforme este proyecto de investigación ha pasado por un comité de ética y tiene la evaluación favorable por parte de un comité de ética. En este tercer momento hablamos, ¿no?, hay unos principios éticos, pero ahora se habla muchísimo de la integridad en la investigación, ¿no? Es decir, tenemos dos grandes conceptos, la ética de la investigación y la integridad en la investigación, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, para clarificar un poco, esta integridad, ¿no?, científica consiste en respetar, ¿no?, en promocionar, en llevar a la práctica los principios éticos, ¿no?, que guían pues la investigación, porque puedes conocer, ¿no?, los principios éticos, pero te los puedes saltar, ¿no? Es decir, este vínculo entre conocimiento y práctica, ¿no?, de los principios. Y aquí voy a ir muy rápido, pero sí que hay un documento importante, que es el Código Europeo, ¿no?, de Conducta para la Integridad, ¿no?, en la investigación, que hace este juego, ¿no?, nos dice cuáles son los principios, ¿no?, más importantes, ¿no?, en la investigación, y después las buenas prácticas vinculadas a la integridad, ¿no? Y por tanto, se nos dice que la investigación, ¿no?, se debe basar con el principio de fiabilidad, es decir, a la hora de garantizar, ¿no?, la calidad de la investigación, pues fiabilidad en el diseño, en la metodología, en el análisis y los usos de los recursos. Otro principio, ¿no?, es la honestidad, ¿no?, cuando se desarrolla, se lleva a cabo, ¿no?, se revisa, se anuncia o se comunica la investigación, debe ser de modo transparente, claro, íntegro, ¿no?, y imparcial. Tercer principio, ¿no?, el respeto, ¿no?, hacia los colegas, también los participantes de la investigación, la sociedad. los ecosistemas, dice aquí, el patrimonio cultural y el medio ambiente, porque hay investigación pues, mucho más amplia que la médico-sanitaria y la social, ¿no? Y otro principio muy importante, que es esto de rendir cuentas, ¿no? Es decir, explicar cómo has hecho lo que has hecho, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, desde la idea a la publicación, la gestión, la organización, la formación, la supresión y la mentoría y todas las repercusiones, ¿no?, que tiene la investigación, pues dar cuentas, ¿no?, de cómo se ha llevado a cabo todo este proceso, ¿no? Y después, el documento es interesante, ¿no? Es mucho más amplio, ¿eh? Aquí hay una parte muy pequeña, pero nos dice cuáles son malas prácticas, ¿no?, en la investigación. Y aquí señala las tres más importantes que señala el documento. Después hay otras prácticas inaceptables y hace todo un listado, pero lo que pone en el centro, ¿no?, de la integridad, ¿no?, de la investigación, ¿no?, y lo asocia a la mala praxis, pues es la fabricación, ¿no?, que consiste pues, en inventar los resultados o registrarlos como si fueran reales. Estas son tres malas prácticas, muy malas prácticas, ¿no? Pero después vamos a ver otras que son mucho más, que son mucho más habituales y que a veces alguien puede pensar que no es ni mala práctica, ¿no? Estas porque se ven muy claras y son las que destacan, ¿eh? Pero después las otras vamos a ver que, bueno, esto de inventar resultados, dice, bueno, esto no lo hace, pero... La falsificación, que consiste en manipular, ¿no?, los materiales, los equipos, los procesos de investigación o modificar o suprimir datos de los resultados injustificadamente. Y finalmente habla del plagio, que es el uso, lo sabemos todos, de trabajos o ideas de otras personas sin citar adecuadamente la fuente original y, por lo tanto, vulnerando, ¿no?, los derechos de los autores, ¿no? Y es interesante, si consultáis, ¿no?, pues el documento de otras prácticas, ¿no?, inaceptables, ¿no?, como por ejemplo manipular, ¿no?, la autoría o poner en la autoría a alguien que no ha realizado nada, ¿no?, dentro de aquella investigación y que no ha trabajado en la investigación, pero consta, ¿no?, como la autoría, o desacreditar, ¿no?, a otros autores en las publicaciones, ocultar, ¿no?, es decir, hacer una investigación, ¿no?, y no publicar, ¿no?, los resultados, ocultar, ¿no?, los resultados de una investigación realizada. Es una mala práctica en la investigación. Permitir, ¿no?, que los financiadores, ¿no?, de la investigación pues, condicionen la independencia, ¿no?, de la investigación a la hora de presentar los resultados. Exagerar la importancia de la aplicabilidad práctica de los resultados. También señala el autoplagio, ¿no?, es decir, ir reproduciendo, ¿no?, pues, publicaciones propias, ¿no?, dentro de esta también. Y hay un listado interesante, yo creo, de otras prácticas que afectan, ¿no?, al principio de integridad de la ciencia, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, muy rápidamente, la idea era esto, ¿no?, ver cómo históricamente, ¿no?, la investigación no siempre ha cumplido con criterios éticos. Tenemos un conjunto muy importante, ¿no?, de recomendaciones éticas para hacer investigación, ¿no?, rigurosa, sin dañar, ¿no?, a nadie. Y ahora hemos completado, ¿no?, durante muchos años hemos hablado simplemente de principios éticos, pero ahora incluimos ya el concepto de integridad, ¿no?, en la investigación y, por lo tanto, ampliamos, ¿no?, que es en el fondo el compromiso, ¿no?, es decir, Aristóteles decía que conocer el bien no implica actuar bien. Pues la integridad sería este compromiso, ¿no?, con el conocimiento, ¿no?, del bien. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Esther, por la presentación. No lo he dicho al principio, vamos a hacer primero toda la ronda de presentaciones y al final dejaremos un espacio para preguntas. Vamos a sentar a todas las ponentes en femenino, en este caso aquí. Gracias, Esther, por la presentación. La ética, ¿no? Un tema que muchas veces se da por supuesto, pero quizá no le damos todas las vueltas necesarias cuando lo aplicamos. Luego, al final, a ver si sale alguna pregunta. Y ahora cambiamos de tema y vamos al género, quizá también un tema que se da por supuesto a veces y no lo es tanto. O sea que invito a Mireia a subir mientras la presento. Mireia Canals Botines es profesora del Departamento de Filología y Didáctica de la Lengua y la Literatura de la Facultad de Educación, Traducción, Deporte y Psicología aquí en la Universidad de Vic Central de Cataluña. Es miembro del equipo del Grupo de Investigación de Estudios de Género, Traducción, Literatura, Historia y Comunicación, se llama JETLIC. Es doctora en Comunicación por la Universidad Ramon Llull. Su campo de especialización incluye la narración, las estructuras narrativas en la literatura infantil y el género. Es coordinadora del Congreso Anual Internacional Storytelling Revisited y ha participado y participa en diversos proyectos europeos en el campo de la educación. Es escritora de literatura infantil con más de 30 obras publicadas en diversas lenguas. Así que Mireia, adelante, la presentación está también ready, así que gracias.
I thought I would speak English, but it's okay. Yeah? Okay, great. Because my presentation is in English, to be coherent, it's easier for me, probably. Okay, this is what I'm going to be explaining you today, just in short. Just 2 or 3 clues in order for you to know what's going to be about. Why do we talk about gender in research? Then what's gender-sensitive research? How to guarantee gender balance, then how to integrate gender equality in projects, in the gender dimension and in the content also, both. And then I'm going to focus on this project that I shared with some of you. Yeah, it's called Recicovit. It was a project that was held 2 years ago, and it was about during the COVID pandemic, how the families, the workers, also the professionals, but not the workers on the professionals, but also the direction of the residencies, all the care was taken out, but also they had a deep understanding that there was gender purposed on the research, because it was mostly applying to gender professionals and was also applying to gender in the families, the caring, the people that took care of the families, and the people in these welfare centers. So this is about it, and then I would just give you some little bibliography, just some little to start with, and so you can discover what's it about, right? Okay, then why do we talk about gender in research? Then because the European Commission, firstly, well, this is something that made hit in our head, in our forehead, and said, okay, you have to just be aware that not all the teams and not all the researchers are related, gender related or gender aware. So just take a look. And then the Commission just asked a responsible for each of them programs to have one person responsible for gender. And this is it. So what they want in this case and what we want in this case is to promote gender equality in teams. So we have to check the teams and then see if it's gender balanced or not. And then in all the levels, not only on basic research groups or no, but also in direction, probably the PIs and checking also the supporters to the PIs, and then also guarantee gender balance in decision-making positions. This is it. And then integrate also in another, this is the other phase, integrate the gender into the content of the research. So 2 different phases of the same topic, right? So what is gender sensitive? Well, gender sensitive means that it should precisely eliminate androcentric biases in the design of the project. So you can imagine what this person responsible for checking the research, the gender aspects is about. So checking before when the project is written and perceived and conceived, right? Then on the content of the project, so this means how the dynamics, the tools, and the methodologies are applied during the research, and then in the results, how the results are presented. So this incorporation of this gender perspective, it's understood as gender sensitive, and then takes into account different aspects. So basically, it makes visible the power relations in the research processes, and is also responsible for providing elements of empowerment to the participants. So it works basically, and this is written in bold, gender equality in the composition of research teams, and gender as an important dimension in all the phases of the research. So design, and then I included some examples, right? Design, theoretical framework, the methodology and the techniques that are going to be used, the data analysis and the publication of the results, but also the impact to the people involved in the research. And it gives voice to the women's experiences, facilitating this empowerment of women. Well, you will see the example that I'm giving you. Okay, this is sort of the phases that the European Commission, through this document Gender Research Toolkit, which is a very interesting toolkit, proposes different phases during which the gender has to be checked during the project, right? So it's quite interesting because it just, well, awakens some alarms that we never thought about. So, for instance, the composition of the team, who deals with what, who checks the dialogues, who is aware when using the tools, how the tools are addressed, and to whom. So, if there is a gender bias or not. How are the questions posed, for instance, in a questionnaire? I mean, you would never check all of this before, and then how is this implemented? Then, when we design an equality plan for a project, what should I include? This is one of the questions. What elements we should consider in terms of gender? When can we encourage equal participation in the decision-making spaces in the projects? Beyond this equal composition. Right? Then let's go to the practical study. This ResicoBit project wanted to answer questions during basically 2 questions were basically the questions that we dealt about. Have you applied gender equality in the research teams and careers in the project? This is the first question that I posed to the direction of the project. And are the teams diverse? The origins, the language, the social class? Do the working conditions allow all researchers to satisfactorily reconcile work, family, and personal life? Is there a gender expert in the team? And they said yes, 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 yes. Okay. Then the second was to guarantee the gender balance in the decision-making positions. And these were the questions. Has gender balance been guaranteed in decision-making positions? Well, one of the surprises was when the reflection was, we never thought about this. We never thought that we had to think about it because we do things naturally. And I said, okay, then we just have to learn and then see that we have to be aware and question ourselves in this sense, right? So has care been taking not to promote patterns of hierarchical gender relations in the team? So, for example, the senior researchers are men and the junior researchers are women. Well, this is Well, this happens in all fields of the world, but precisely in research also. And then another aspect was integrate gender into the content, as we already mentioned. And the following questions arose. Has gender been integrated into the content of scientific research? For example, are surveys designed to make visible differences in sex and gender or not? Well, you will see the results. And then, is data disaggregated by sex when collected and analyzed? Well, when focus groups are organized, are equal members, men and women included? Are there any other intersectionality variables included in the project or not? Well, complicated. Huh? And then finally, already in the phase of dissemination of the project, which was the last phase of the project in this sense also, two questions arose, right? Was inclusive and non-sexist or androcentric language used? And if it was, can we solve this problem or not? Well, complicated. And in the interviews, were you careful to avoid gender stereotypes? And if not, can we solve this at this point? Well, also complicated. Then this analysis was made of the results of the integration of gender in the content of this scientific research, and then was a quantitative report stratified by gender. So specifying the number of female and male residents, then the person that cared about, so that means all the relatives and families. Also professionals, taking into account that we have the two levels of professionals, right? Direction boards, so management, and then professionals that, well, these are social workers, basically, and also maybe nurses, yeah? Okay. Then, so there were 548 interviewed women and 231 men in total were quantified. So you see that the sector is mostly feminized, yeah? So you know that. And then as for language, there was a linguistic review also, sexism and androcentrism, basically, and the interview questions of the 4 interview sectors were reviewed. Right? So the interviews where the inclusive language was analyzed, we were asked at the beginning of the project to include 2 trigger questions. And then I offered them 6 or 8, between 6 and 8 trigger questions for them to choose, and they chose these ones. Do you think that being a woman has created more difficulty, tension, complexity in your work during COVID? So that was addressed to these 2 levels of professionals. Or how have you combined your professional work with your family work during the pandemic? Addressed to professionals and also family caregivers, so relatives. Okay. Well, these are some of the clear results. The interviews show that feminization in all health areas, professional, but this reaches also decision-making positions, which were mostly women, especially in assisted living facilities of the elderly. Also, feminization of residents and people who take care of the family sector, also, you see, most of them. A language review was also carried out through all the project, and the interview questions also for the 4 sectors. And let's see, let me show you the results directly. These are more or less the androcentric language in questions, 8 questions, and then as for families or relatives or caregivers, 12 questions were wrong and had to be redone, but there was no time because the questionnaires and all the tools were already used when I was able to review. So. And as for the language, also sexist, there were 34 questions. And for the residents, there were 11 questions. So this means that the results probably would have been at least with a minimum difference, but a difference would have been there in the results if the questions were posed correctly. You will see, but you will see. As for, okay, let's see, the results in the management sector. One of the trigger questions, basically, for the two trigger questions that were posed. Although an 11% of the women interviewed affirmed that being a woman has created more difficulty and complexity in their work during the pandemic, when preparing the answer to how they have combined their professional work with family work, well, you see an 81% specified that they have done it with difficulty, of course, was a pandemic, and a lot of sacrifice, of course, and that it was particularly difficult. As for the relatives, in this case, it was an 84% that affirmed that the fact of being a woman has not created more difficulty and complexity, and a 95% do not answer with an explanation. So, in this case, when asked how they have combined professional work with the care of resident family members, 71% do not answer, and the 29% that answer say that, as always, complicated and with effort and with fear. But probably this tells us that they were not really open to give full explanations. They were sort of very short in the answers. Then, as the professionals in the questions, 93% affirmed that being a woman has not created more difficulty and complexity in the work during the pandemic. And when giving reasons for answering, 93% do not answer with an explanation. And then some explanatory answers point to pre-established prejudices, stress, and that this was difficult and complex, and it was socially presupposed, that it was like this. No? And then they noted that when they asked how they have combined their professional work with their family, an 88% answered with many more hours of work and with the support of the family and with a lot of fear, of course. These are some references that I wanted to give you, but before that, let me end explaining that when these trigger questions were open, gave the possibility of writing down precise explanations, because the second was why, and so a why means that you can say because, and they didn't want to really explain that. So this means that probably when the questions were posed was during the pandemic, we were all closed down, yes, locked down, right? So it was complicated to pose questions to professionals, caregivers, and managers, but this changes. So if you know that you are facing this gender, if you are aware that you are facing a project with this gender-sensitive perspective, then you would probably pose the questions differently. Yeah. But if you pose the questions in terms of generic and absolute answers with a quantitative result, then it's very complicated to get more qualitative results out of this, because this we didn't deepen into any salary aspects or any other issues about emotion, self-esteem, etc. But these were also in relation to it. Then, for the references that I just wanted to point out is that the first one is a toolkit that I was just taking you and making you aware of it. There are two different toolkits. The second one is related to precisely a European project that just focused on creating a toolkit in terms of gender perspective. So I found that the results were quite interesting, so that's why I included this into it. And the end of the project was 2021, so it was quite interesting. And then the last two It's another toolkit which is made by Garcia, which is very explanatory, but it's very easy to read if you are interested. And also the one that we, through our research center devoted to gender and intersectionality, has published, last year published. So it's quite also interesting and very summarized. So this can be elements for you to start exploring what we did. But all in all, what we did was this. So we checked the writing of before submission, but very fast. And the last ones, because we needed everything to be downloaded, we were not eager to question the team, because we were a part of the team, but it's complicated to question the team to a principal investigator, because the principal investigator decides the team. So, but we were just appointing it. Remember that these are the questions, and then the second part was on how did they build the questionnaires and the interviews. But we couldn't really, we just gave the trigger questions, and we were very suggestive. And then for the results in these two sides, right? In terms of results on the numbers, the whole numbers of the interviewees, and also in terms of the results of the answers of the interviewees, okay? So this is more or less what it takes about being aware of gender in a research project. So any questions arise, I will be very happy to answer them for you. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Mireia, for the intervention. I think it's nice to see practical examples, and I'm shocked about the answers of the persons being interviewed. I would like to call for Madalena Wolbom and Adelina Comas. Ellas nos van a explicar dos versiones complementarias de un mismo tema, como es la gobernanza. Presento a Madalena primero. Madalena es investigadora del Care Policy and Evaluation Center de la London School of Economics and Political Science. Tiene una maestría en rehabilitación cardiorrespiratoria avanzada en University College London, una maestría en Economía de la Salud en la Universidad de York, un doctorado en Epidemiología, Salud Pública y Economía en University College London, y su trabajo se centra en el impacto económico de la salud mental y las condiciones a largo plazo y las evaluaciones económicas de las intervenciones en salud y atención social. Antes de unirse al centro donde está ahora, trabajó en el Departamento de Enfermedades No Transmisibles del Ministerio de Salud de Chile, centrándose en el desarrollo de directrices y políticas nacionales y evaluando la implementación de programas nacionales para enfermedades crónicas. Así que, Madalena, gracias y adelante.
Thank you, Anna. And so my presentation is also in English. I'm going to start by so our topic was governance, and this is just a practical example of our work that we did together with the Ministry of Health. So it started when I was working there, but then I carried on when I was working at UCL, so doing my PhD, and then it hasn't finished because maybe you know that all work with the Ministry of Health or decision makers can take for long, and I think it aligns well with all the presentations that we've had on the complexity of the system and how do we try to implement and create impact with our research. It takes time and a lot of work, but also it's really good because you are aligning your research with the need of, in this case, of the Ministry of Health in Chile. So my presentation was, it's titled Changing the Funded Healthcare Provision in Chile for People with Chronic Kidney Disease. And I said it's just an example of the work that we are doing, or I'm still doing it with them. So just a background of the healthcare system in Chile. So there is a law of universal health coverage called AUGE, so the régimen AUGE, and by law it says that some of the diseases are covered and everybody has the access to treatment and to diagnosis in that by that law. And chronic kidney disease is one of those diseases that are included in the AUGE law. The problem with the auge law and with any law is that whatever it's outside the law, of course, it's not covered. So, for example, some drugs that are not included in that law, in the package of chronic kidney disease, it can't be covered by the public payer. So in this case is FONASA. And every change that the Ministry of Health wants to do to the auge law, they have to submit some applications to the Ministry of Finance or the Treasury. And of course, in the country, the Treasury or Ministry of Finance, they have to take into account all the projects of all the systems of the ministries and then decide where to allocate the budget. So it's kind of competing with other ministries, but at the same time trying to create some changes to the law. And the specific problem with chronic kidney disease is that the prevalence of people with chronic kidney disease in Chile, especially with the more advanced stages, is that it's really, really small. So it's around 25,000 people. But the budget that they use, or they use around 25% of the budget. This is data from 2019 when we started the work, but of course the percentages are kind of the same nowadays. So at the moment we have that 0.2% of the population that uses the auge law, and the auge law covers around 85% of all the chronic diseases in Chile, so it's like huge. So a small percentage of people are using around a quarter of the budget, and specifically is for the renal replacement treatment, so all the end stages, so dialysis, so that covers stage 5 of the disease. So there's a huge problem with the budget, and the current situation, well, in 2021, although it hasn't changed that much, is that we have chronic kidney disease. You diagnose the disease in primary care, and then when you progress, because it's a progressive disease, when you progress to stage 4, there's no treatment or no specific treatment for those people. So they just, although they are still seen in primary care, usually they don't receive a specific treatment. And so what happens is that 25% of them, or when they progress, 25% progress to stage 5, they immediately start with renal replacement treatment. And 75% of those people just carry on in secondary treatment, but they don't receive a specific treatment. So what we have now is that our people are starting with the treatment very early, which sometimes they don't need it. And also another percentage of people that are not treated specifically to reduce the progression of the disease, so they progress quite fast and they end up in renal replacement treatment when we could stop the progression before that. And also with all the individual impact that carries, because having dialysis is not easy. You have to go 3 times a week, even sometimes 4 for 3-4 hours a week. So there's a massive individual burden, but also the economic burden for the country. So what are they proposing? And we were proposing this originally in 2017 when I was working there, to change the law, because the problem is that in the auge law we have these packages, and we had to change or trying to implement these changes, but it was not easy. So we were trying to include the called conservative or pre-dialysis treatment for stages 4 and stages 5, and then introduce some drugs for stages 3 and 3A and 3B to reduce the progression. So the aim of the work was, and because of that work, we did some modeling, and we presented it to the committee of the auge committee, and they said, well, it's a really good way of, because you are competing with all the diseases of the Ministry of Health or the auge. So we created a new way of working or analyzing the or evaluation of these proposals. So this specific project was just developing the model. So it's a dynamic stock and flow model. And why is that? Because at the beginning we thought, oh, let's do cost effectiveness analysis. But the problem is in Chile, the healthcare system or the Ministry of Health is not in the stage to make decisions for the auge law using cost-effectiveness analysis. One, because the system is not prepared, but also because at the moment is even cost-effectiveness analysis, it's creating more value for money, or the better value for money. Now there is a problem where, okay, you have to invest and then you see the returns. In Chile, there is a problem where they can't invest now because the returns, you see them in a few years. So the investment now, it's too costly for the country. So we developed this model just to try to adapt to the needs of the Ministry of Health and of the Ministry of Finance. And so we created this dynamic stock and flow model. I'm not going to go through the model, but of course that's the model. And the stock and flow model is just so we included some of the adverse events and what could we be preventing in terms of adverse events and also the progression of the disease. And all the data was used, so we used the national data and the rates of progression that we had in the national data. So what we had, so the results that we obtained is that with the model, so this pre-dialysis treatment for stages 4 and 5 was a conservative treatment. So we on your right side of the screen, it was implementing the pre-dialysis treatment. On the left side, the without. You can't see it so clearly, but the numbers. So first we did the modeling. We said, oh, this would cost a certain amount of money, and the savings that you could have. And because afterwards, so the stages was presenting it to the Ministry of Health, then presenting it to the payer, so FONASA, and then presenting it to the Ministry of Finance. So we had to, all the process we had to Ministry of Health, the results were in outcomes, so health outcomes. Then the Ministry of Finance, the FONASA, it was, okay, the cost that you would be saving. And then Ministry of Finance, we had to do a bit more finance analysis for them so that they could not understand, of course they understood, but talk to them in their own language with their own needs. So it was a nice process because we said, okay, Ministry of Health is of course worried about the health of the population. So we presented the outcomes like that, but also all the process was at the end we had to do this finance analysis so they could compare with other projects, with other investments in, for example, transport, and then they say, okay, the investment that we have to do for this change in law would produce the savings in year 1 or year 2 or year 3, etc. And then the second analysis that we did was the introduction of the drug, and this is for diabetes specifically, but there is evidence that has shown that this drug or this drug family reduces the progression of chronic kidney disease. So we try, and they want to, in the treatment for chronic kidney disease stage 3 and 3A and 3B, this drug is not included. So we said, okay, if you include this drug, based on all the evidence, with the analysis, you would reduce the progression of the disease, and by reducing the progression, you would reduce the costs of the stage 5 at the end. So what happened here is that we produced, and if you see the graph, the difference is massive because of the reduction of the progression. But the problem that we had with this one is that because in stage 3, there are lots of people in that stage, of course, the prevalence is bigger than the prevalence of people in stage 5. The savings would come from year 5 onwards. So when I, as I said before, the Ministry of Finance came back to us and said, well, the problem is that it's perfect. We will have savings if this works, of course. But the savings comes in year 5 and onwards. And at the moment, we don't have the money to produce the investment or to invest in this because we won't have the return from immediately. So we had to reiterate all the analyses and then, for example, reduce the people that would receive this drug. So we said, okay, what happens if we do it and we include this drug only for people in stage 3 only? And then we came, it's back and forth in the iterations to see which one, in the implementation of this change in the law, which one would be more suitable. So for example, we said, okay, let's do it only for 3B, and when we start seeing the savings, then we include the people in 3A. So that was the work that we've done. So as I said, we presented, I presented the work in the Ministry of Health, for NASA the payer, and then Ministry of Finance, and then the ongoing work has been looking at the numbers, looking at the data that we've used, looking at the registries, and some piloting in some regions of the country to see if like the effectiveness of the drug or of the pre-dialysis treatment was as the evidence says. So measuring in real world what was the impact, what is the impact, because the law hasn't changed yet, but we are, the ongoing work is, okay, measuring in real world what is the impact to see if we could then include it as part of the law. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madalena. I'm glad that speakers are not only contributing in terms of content, but also are sharp in time. So thank you for that. Now we go with Adelina Comas. While she prepares the presentation, Adelina es economista, trabaja en el Centro para la Evaluación de Políticas de Cuidados en la London School of Economics and Political Science en el Reino Unido. Ha liderado el proyecto STRIDE, que pretende fortalecer sistemas para dar respuesta a la demencia en 7 países de rentas medias: Brasil, India, Indonesia, Kenia, Jamaica, México y Sudáfrica. Y durante la pandemia COVID creó la iniciativa LT COVID, no sé si lo digo bien, que permitió el intercambio de experiencias y primeros datos sobre el impacto de la pandemia en las personas que utilizan servicios de curas y apoyo de larga durada. Actualmente está completando un estudio sobre lecciones que se pueden aprender sobre la respuesta a la pandemia en los sistemas de curas en Dinamarca, Francia, Japón y Holanda, y está empezando un proyecto derivado para entender los mecanismos que resultan en desigualdades en el acceso a servicios para personas con demencia y sus cuidadores. Así que gracias, Adelina.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and I've already learned so much this morning. This has been extremely useful for a lot of the research I'm about to start or working on. So thank you so much for all the sharing so far and for the invitation to be here. So I'll be talking about the specific way, method that we've been using to co-produce research and engage stakeholders, and it's a way in which the governance of the research project gets shaped as you work. And I think there are a lot of echoes, especially with the first presentation we had today from So I'm going to start by telling you a bit about theory of change. I don't know how much you know about it. Although it's called theory of change, it's not a theory, but it is a way of creating a theory. So it started as a mechanism for monitoring and evaluation of development projects. So it was used a lot by, for example, the DFID, which is the ministry in the UK that used to fund development projects in low and middle income countries. And the idea is that it's a bit of a response to black box evaluation of programs, in the sense that you want to go into the program and understand the mechanisms that are there and how they work. And I'm just thanking, by the way, in this slide, Erika Brewer, who is somebody who's done her whole PhD on this and has developed really good methods, and from whom I've had the pleasure of learning. And the key about theory of change is that it's understanding how and why a program brings about a change, and also capturing knowledge of stakeholders that can help you bring together this knowledge and develop this theory. And just to go very simple, so we are we land with our boat on a treasure island, and we have a map. And basically, when we land, we are here, And then we need to work out how to get where the treasure is. That's the Red Cross, and that's where we want to go. And the main thing that the theory of change helps you do is, as well as agreeing where you want to go, it also helps you understand how to get here, but also reflect about where we are now. And I love this slide, which is basically telling us that most of us have very partial knowledge. And most of us have an understanding of how things work, but we'll only really know a little bit. And there'll always be somewhere in our knowledge where we think that there's some miracle here, which is basically the bit that we don't know about, but others might do. And theory of change is an organized method to try and understand all these bits and capture all this knowledge about where the miracles happen. So the definition, the technical definition, is that it's an outcomes-based approach that describes how a program brings about specific outcomes through a logical sequence of intermediate outcomes. And that's a mouthful, and it's a bit complicated. But as I said, the Treasure Island map is a great definition, in my view. And usually we do this through workshops with stakeholders, and the more complete and varied the set of stakeholders you have, the better your theory of change will be. And it's now been used in more ways than it was originally devised. So it's been used for strategic direction in developing policies, for reporting and accountability in projects, for intervention development. So you think you want to develop a very specific intervention, but you need to think about how you're going to implement it, how that's going to work in the context where you want to be. So you can use theory of change to develop it. And you can also use it back to providing a framework for research and evaluation. And there is a link here, and I will also share some resources at the end to an example and guidance on how to do a theory of change for strategic policy development. And when I learned about theory of change, we did them all in person, usually on a wall, lots of stickers, lots of people thinking about moving around the room, and then COVID came, and then we had to think about how to do it online, and then we discovered a tool called Mural. There are other software available, but this one we found very helpful, and it's a way in which people can use stickers online, and we can gather a lot of information. And what we found is that people write more in stickers than they do in live workshops. So in an average workshops, we have been getting about 150 stickers in a group of about 30 people. Here, the first one we did online, we got 350 sets of things that people wrote. It's just it's quite easy, so people do it really fast. And you get bombed, but that means you have a huge amount of information that you can capture. And I'm going to show you some examples of projects where we've used theory of change. So the first one is the STRIDE project that Anna mentioned in the introduction. This was a 7-country project to generate what we call formative research to inform policies to strengthen responses to dementia in 7 middle-income countries. Because one thing that we don't often think about is that especially middle-income countries are aging really fast. And even though we think about dementia as a problem of the developed world, is actually a really, really big problem in the majority world. What we did in STRIDE, well, we brought together researchers from 7 countries, and we all wanted, in each of the countries, we wanted to know how to improve and strengthen responses to dementia, and how to help these countries be prepared for a very big increase in numbers of people with dementia. But we had no idea. I mean, my team in London, we didn't know anything about how dementia, the complexity of all the systems, the health system, social protection, the pension system, the state of the epidemiology, the characteristics of people in each of these 7 countries we were working in. And we were very lucky that we were working with a South African team that had been using theory of change in some mental health projects, and they brought to us, at least, this the approach of using theory of change to develop an idea of what our project could do. And what I'd like to show you here is a very simplified cross-country theory of change for the project. And you will see this has 2 colors. You cannot read it. Don't worry about it. But the bits if you look at the whole thing, we go from what our project can do and is, which is basically STRIDE is an equitable interdisciplinary program which is functioning and ensures that the strengths of the partners are matched and maximized. And we end with the ultimate impact we want to achieve, which is that people with dementia and their carers live well. And to go from our project to this final impact we want to achieve, there are a lot of steps. And our project can only do certain things. Other things are not within our direct control, but we can influence them. And the bits in orange are the bits that we say, and that line you see in the middle, that's where our line of accountability is. So we can do all the things up to that line. From then on, we need, for example, the first step after that is that policymakers across the sectors are convinced of actions to improve dementia care, treatment and support. So our project, what can it do? Well, it can generate knowledge to persuade these policymakers, and that's what the previous box is telling us. So here what we did was to work out what our project could do to influence the outcome, the impact we wanted. And then in here we mapped out all the different work packages that we had and where they could contribute. Now, this is what we did in London as a team. So we brought together all the researchers from the team. And in fact, we had 8 workshops in total. And in each country, what we did was to bring together the key stakeholders involved in dementia. Some of them didn't even know that there were stakeholders in dementia, but we were explaining to them why. And we also tried to invite people living with dementia to these workshops in each country. That wasn't always possible, partly due to stigma. So this was and you will see that in each country, the stakeholders look very different. This was Indonesia, this is Mexico, this is Kenya, this is India, this is Brazil, South Africa, and we've got Jamaica, I think, yes. So in each country, we did exactly the same thing. And then what we did was to bring it all together. And we end up with this lovely, colorful thing where each country had a sticker. And then we were checking with each country, each color, that we were covering everything that was said, and that the theory of change for the whole project had all the actions and all the intermediate outcomes and all the steps that were needed to achieve change that were relevant to each of the countries. And then we were looking at what was the role of our project and how we could influence or not each of these, and how we could understand what our role was, what we could achieve, and then how to even evaluate our project on the basis of what we had developed. And from here, there's a lot more information. So we had a lot of points of action that we were able to then bring into our planning of the project. And we also generated what we'd call a strategic direction for dementia care, treatment and support in low and middle income countries. So that was one example. And this was done in the first year of the project, and then it helped to shape all the field work and the priorities even of the type of research that we did in each country. And now to give you an example, what became really clear is that in all the countries, almost to the left, what we found of what we needed to do to persuade policymakers that dementia is an important area, we had to improve awareness and understanding of dementia and reduce stigma. And our project, as a result, invested a lot in developing tools to address stigma and improve dementia knowledge. We've done something similar then in the UK. So, you go to these countries, you learn, then you bring it back home. And in another project linked to COVID, we were looking at how the English social care system could become more resilient and to map a path towards achieving that. And we basically did it online. There was COVID times over 2 weeks. The first one, we identified challenges. We agreed on an impact. We then started to develop the outcome map. We reviewed that in the second week. And we then looked at how to identify, especially the key areas, how to develop priorities to achieve these outcomes and to go from one to the next and to solve the problems that we're finding along the way, and then identify indicators for the project and for the system. And another one, I cannot show you this in detail, but we had a really nice online webinar, which is available, where one of the members of our public involvement group, so a person who uses care services, was explaining her experience of taking part in the Theory of Change program. And she loved mural, so she loved being able to work on it and on this online application. We were actually supporting her in the writing, so she had a scribe. And she really enjoyed this opportunity to consider macro issues and how to get to a good position. She loved the step-by-step approach. She found it really helpful. And she was saying it's important that people like me are here so that the micro issues aren't lost, and that we can talk more about what was really important to us, and like the quarantines, the PPE, and how it was important to now move towards face-to-face contact. And that's the map that we created in Mural. As I told you, in total, we had about 350 stickers here that we had to then consolidate, group, and organize in themes, and to help us then come to this representation, which I won't tell you about the colors, but this was a way in which we could identify short-term decisions that had to be taken in the pandemic, and some that were longer-term structural changes that are needed in the social care system in England. And then I'll pass this quickly because I don't have time, but I can show it to you later. In one new project we're doing now called Select England, we've done something different, because what we found is that even though it's very important to have people with lived experience in these workshops, they often don't speak as much, and there can be a bit intimidated, especially when you have a psychiatrist in the room or a big professor, all these male big old professors. And so we decided to do a separate workshop for people with dementia and one with carers. In separate. We didn't want them together because, again, the carers, people with dementia, they don't always have the same interests, and there's sometimes points in which they cannot talk about each other freely if they're in the same room. So we did it in 2 groups, and we had, this was an experiment, and I can tell you a bit of the lessons. We found that it's possible to do it with people with dementia because this is a step-by-step approach with good facilitation. Even though these people have some cognitive impairment, they were able to participate and achieve it. But the online format, although it was useful to get all the information of the pieces of the puzzle, didn't allow them to get a sense of the map. So we are now going to do an in-person workshop where we will share with them, we'll put it all on a wall for them, what they told us, and how we think it fits. And then they'll be able to look at it with, we call it with, it's a bit of a joke between us, they look at it with fresh eyes, because they always tell us we won't remember. Although it's not always the case that people don't have memory and they have dementia, but the idea is that they look at it afresh and consider whether they would still want to sign up to this, and only after they have been able to do that, we will be able to adopt this as a finished product. At the moment, we have used this to inform the development of the field work and the priorities for the project, but we don't consider it something finished until it's been approved. And it's been a fascinating experience, and we're writing it up. We have a person who has disabilities themselves, but doesn't have dementia, who's writing up the experiences of the people who took part and their views, so we can share it with their own voice as much as possible. And final reflections, we have found that theory of change is a great tool for organizing stakeholder engagement, and you can get a huge amount from these workshops. It's all important to think that quite often when you start a project, you think you know the context where you're working, but especially in dementia, as one of those complex areas of research that Rosina has talked about before, there's a lot of things coming in, and you need to make sure that you don't miss any of these key pieces of the puzzle. We found that our research plans have improved enormously thanks to these workshops, and it also gives us a bit of a, sometimes they ask you, so what's your theory in this project when you're writing up? And here we actually have one, and we've co-produced it, we've co-developed, and we can be very proud that we have a theory of how our project can achieve change. In terms of challenges, it's an important time commitment for participants and also for the research team. So the ideal is to have people in a workshop for 2 days, or to do it in 2 sessions, so you can have a bit of reflection. And what we find is that although you get a huge amount of information, it's not always easy to communicate. You saw the slides I showed you. There was too much in there. But when you start to take then too little, then it sometimes becomes a bit meaningless. So it's difficult sometimes to to be able to create accessible versions and to communicate it. And I've put some resources here, including an online course on theory of change by the person who's helped me through some of these projects. My main advice is to do it. You learn by doing it. And we have a guide from the Stride project on how to do it. So we developed it so the countries could do their own workshops. And it's been tested. And you can basically take it, follow it, and implement your own just like that. Just all you need is a few stickers, a room, and some willing participants. And a couple of projects, of papers where we have used it. So thank you very much. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Adalina. Es interesante ver ejemplos prácticos, ¿no?, de la aplicación y cómo la parte de la gobernanza o de las administraciones también tiene un papel aquí. Vamos a ir ahora al Open Access. Está aquí. Mientras presento a Mercè. Mercè és responsable de la unitat de suport de la recerca a la biblioteca de la nostra universitat desde el 2016 y está trabajando en diversas áreas de la biblioteca desde el 95. Desde la unidad se da apoyo a los investigadores en cualquier aspecto relacionado con la publicación de la investigación. Se hace control de la producción científica de los investigadores de la universidad, ayudando a dar visibilidad a la investigación que se hace desde la universidad a todos los niveles posibles. U-Recerca, Portal de la Recerca Catalunya, TEDx, etc. Y es miembro del grupo de trabajo de apoyo de la investigación del Consorci de Serveis Universitaris de Catalunya, el CSUC, donde juntamente con todas las universidades catalanas se trabajan diversos aspectos relacionados con la investigación y su publicación, incluyendo la ciencia abierta. Cuando quieras, gracias.
No? Que no es posa... La presentació. Però per què se m'ha... Ara. Vale, sí, es que no me he hecho. Vale. Buenos días a todos. Bueno, yo lo lamento, pero la presentación es en catalán. Yo hablaré en castellano. En español, decir que esta es una parte más de la investigación, podríamos decir. Sería ya cuando la investigación está más hecha, y es hablar sobre todo del acceso abierto, pero de la publicación en acceso abierto especialmente. ¿Qué se entiende por acceso abierto? Pues cualquier acceso abierto es tener cualquier disponibilidad gratuita en las redes, permitiendo a cualquier usuario hacer cualquier uso de las publicaciones, es decir, leer, descargar, copiar, distribuir, imprimir, buscar, cualquier uso, sin tener ninguna barrera ni económica, ni legal, ni técnica. Aquí entraríamos en algunos debates porque es un poco contradictorio el hecho de que se hable de acceso abierto, porque no es lo mismo acceso abierto, no quiere decir acceso gratuito, sino que muchas veces para tener acceso abierto, especialmente en publicar en acceso abierto, lo que se debe hacer o es necesario hacer es pagar justamente para tener este acceso abierto. Luego, aquí es un poco la contradicción, pero es así. ¿Qué ventajas tiene el hecho de publicar en acceso abierto? Básicamente porque da más visibilidad a la investigación hecha, incrementa el nombre de citaciones. Todos sabemos, los que estáis investigando y publicando investigación, que todo también se basa en las citaciones que se obtienen de los artículos, de la publicación que se hace, para recibir más impacto. Otra ventaja de la publicación en acceso abierto es conseguir mejor posicionamiento a nivel institucional, es decir, cuanto más publicación en abierto se haga desde una institución, más visibilidad tiene esta institución. y que se garantiza un acceso perpetuo a la publicación que está en abierto. Hay diversas herramientas y bases que hacen que la publicación que está en abierta se convierta en un acceso perpetuo, no se pierde. ¿Por qué debe publicarse en acceso abierto? ¿Por qué la investigación debe publicarse en abierto? Hace muchos años ya que se está hablando de ciencia abierta, de acceso abierto, de publicación en abierto, pero aún hay muchas cosas que no acaban de estar concretadas ni hechas, porque ya hablamos desde una ley española del 2011 que hablaba de la ciencia abierta. Ya se pedía en esta ley, ya había un artículo en esta ley que obligaba como mínimo las tesis doctorales a publicarse en abierto. Luego hay la Comisión Europea a través de los proyectos, sobre todo antes Horizon 2020 y ahora Horizon Europe, que piden normalmente que la publicación que proviene de un proyecto, de algún proyecto financiado por Europa, debe estar en acceso abierto. Y no solo, ya entraríamos también en otra parte, no solo las publicaciones ahora, sino también los datos de la investigación. También existe el Plan Estatal de Investigación Científica, que también requiere que se publique en acceso abierto. Y como otra parte más cercana a nosotros, existe una política institucional de acceso abierto en la Universidad de Vic, que ahora mismo, porque también ya es un poco antigua, también se está trabajando en renovarla, porque hay en estos varios años, pero ha habido muchos cambios y muchas cosas que deben irse cambiando, y ahora se está trabajando en una nueva política de acceso abierto. ¿Cómo podemos publicar en acceso abierto? Es decir, vemos que tenemos la necesidad de publicar en abierto porque nuestro proyecto está supeditado a un financiamiento europeo o español que nos requiere o nos dice que tenemos que publicar en abierto, y existen varias vías de publicación en abierta. Está la vía verde, la vía híbrida, la vía dorada o gold y la vía diamante. La vía verde es la que es abierta totalmente, y es la que sobre todo están los repositorios institucionales, no solo el repositorio institucional de nuestra institución, de la Universidad de Vic, que tenemos uno, sino de cualquier otra. Hay otras instituciones o otros repositorios en abierto donde podemos publicar nuestra investigación en abierto, en algunos casos con una parte de embargo, es decir, no publicarlo inmediatamente en el momento que lo repositamos, que lo ponemos en el repositorio, sino con un pequeño embargo. La vía híbrida, estos son sobre todo las publicaciones, revistas de suscripción, pero que proponen o dan la posibilidad de publicar en acceso abierto pagando un recargo, lo que se conoce como una APC, un coste para publicar en acceso abierto. Estos son publicaciones que una misma publicación, un mismo número de una revista, puede tener artículos en cerrado, sin poder acceder a ellos, y artículos en abierto. La vía Gold son, en este caso, las revistas que son totalmente en acceso abierto, pero que normalmente también en este caso se debe pagar un coste para publicar en estas revistas. Es decir, son revistas totalmente en acceso abierto, todos los artículos aparecen en abierto, pero también debe pagarse el coste de publicar. Y la vía diamante, que sería como una parte de la vía dorada, y estas son publicaciones realmente que no debes publicar no debes pagar para publicar en estas publicaciones, son totalmente libres y estas son sobre todo publicaciones de instituciones. Muchas universidades tienen publicaciones y normalmente no se debe pagar para publicar en ellas y en cambio sí que están en acceso abierto. Aquí llegamos al aspecto pues vemos que es necesario publicar en abierto, pero en cambio para que esto pueda ser debemos pagar. Llegamos a la parte de quién paga en este caso el acceso abierto. Hay diferentes, como he comentado, hay diferentes modalidades de pago y el más corriente es la APC, este coste para cubrir los costes de edición a las editoriales para publicar en abierto, pero también hay el que se llama dual diving, que es un coste que además de publicar en abierto también supone un coste para acceder al contenido. Sería un poco el caso de las suscripciones de revistas, es decir, el autor paga, pero la institución también debe pagar para que la revista esté en abierto, y también el caso de la suscripción. Hasta hace unos años la mayoría de publicaciones no eran en línea, eran en papel y siempre debías tener una suscripción, fuera la institución, la biblioteca de la institución o personalmente, y ahora en la mayoría de casos las revistas son en versión online, pero también para acceder a ellas debe haber una suscripción para acceder. En este caso, ¿qué son las APCs? Pues no es nada más y no sé si es muy correcto decirlo, pero es un modelo más de negocio, un modelo más que han conseguido tener las editoriales o las revistas para obtener beneficios. La necesidad que tienen cada vez más los investigadores, los proyectos que deben publicar en abierto, pues ha hecho que las editoriales encuentren una forma más de comercio para ellos, ¿no? Una forma más. Y es un modelo más de financiamiento. En este caso no quiere decir que siempre tengan que ser los propios investigadores o autores quienes tienen que pagar este coste para publicar o publicar en abierto, sino que si los investigadores forman parte, que es lo que pasa normalmente, de una institución o un proyecto o una facultad o un departamento, normalmente es este financiador, este proyecto, la parte del proyecto, quien puede pagarla. Decir que debido a la necesidad cada vez más en auge de tener que publicar en acceso abierto y el hecho de que las editoriales hayan encontrado un método más de conseguir fondos, de aprovechar el hecho desde el 2019 se empezaron a trabajar en unos acuerdos transformativos. Hay otros países que ya también desde hace igual o más tiempo trabajan en estos acuerdos, y es llegar a acuerdos, redundante pero es así, con las editoriales para que con el mismo precio que se paga ya para suscribirse o para tener las publicaciones en las instituciones, también ya haya un fondo para que se pueda publicar en acceso abierto. Actualmente en España y en Cataluña la comisión es a través de la CRUE y están involucradas todas las universidades catalanas y españolas, forman parte de este compromiso y de este acuerdo, y son los que han trabajado con diversas editoriales para conseguir estos acuerdos. Actualmente hay acuerdos con 4 universidades, hay 4 editoriales, perdón, que son el Xavier, Springer, Wycliffe y Frontiers, Y en el caso de ACS también, muchas editoriales, en nuestro caso no tenemos acuerdo con esta institución por ser de unas temáticas que no tan acordes con nuestra institución y no tenemos nosotros este acuerdo, pero sí con las otras. Y esto es decir que estos acuerdos están vigentes desde el 2021, empezaron en 2021, hasta el 2024. En principio, cuando se termine, bueno, cuando se llegue al final de este acuerdo, se volverá a renegociar. Y decir también que ahora, en este momento, hay estos acuerdos con estas editoriales concretas, pero que se está trabajando con otras editoriales para también conseguir acuerdos y que los investigadores tengan más posibilidad de publicar en más revistas, en más editoriales para tener más ventajas en obtener más títulos. Aquí está mi presentación y bueno, cualquier...
Gracias, Mercè. Ahora nos movemos hacia la participación ciudadana y aquí pediría a María si puede subir mientras la presento y prepara la presentación. María Giner Garriga es fisioterapeuta, doctora en Ciencias de la Actividad Física y el Deporte, profesora titular de la Facultad de Psicología, Ciencias de la Educación y Deporte de Blanquerna, Universitat Ramon Llull, profesora y crea academia desde 2022, investigadora principal del grupo de investigación consolidado Salud, Actividad Física y Deporte. Así que gracias, María.
Sí, per fer la...
no, tu la tens aquí.
perquè és Power, no? És en PDF?
No, però s'hauria de veure aquí. Des de l'ordinador no es veu el que...
Buen día a todas y a todos, buenos días. En primer lugar, agradecer al grupo de investigación M3O de la Universidad de Vic por permitirme estar en esta sesión tan interesante. Siempre es un placer venir a Vic, se respira mucho mejor que en Barcelona. I'll do my presentation in English. What I would like to talk about today, I would give you an overview of what citizen science is. I know it is a hot topic and everybody talks about it. I'm not an absolute expert, so I'll be happy to discuss with all of you about it. But I also would like to talk specifically about co-creation as a form of citizen science. I'll do a brief overview of what evidence-based co-creation should be. And I'd like to discuss some weaknesses and strengths of co-creation. Unfortunately, it's not all light and color. There's also a dark side and some pros and cons that we may as well discuss. And then I'll be happy to talk about Health Cascade, which is a project which focus is on co-creation in public health. And finally, we'll finish up with some take-home messages. So, citizen participation in science, as you may know, can occur at different stages of the research project and at different levels of involvement. And we may involve citizens and relevant stakeholders. The forms of participation are many and diverse as well. And of course, there are no closed formulas. Providing a definition of citizen science is a great challenge. As I just said, it encompasses many different objectives and approaches applied to even more diversified context. It seems clear that incorporating the voices of people affected by a public health problem is important for several reasons. People's lived experience and knowledge adds value to research, and it is also an ethical imperative. We were listening to Esther, that we need to hear voices of the patients, carers, and the general public. And if we do so, this may have an impact in research that will directly affect their well-being. Despite these needs and the interest that these initiatives had aroused all over the world, currently this approach is still not the norm in the scientific field. In general, the research question, the design, and the implementation of research projects do not actively consider patients, carers, or relevant stakeholders as members of the team that defines the aim and methods designed of the research project. So if we take a closer look at the wording in bold, see the definitions highlight that in citizen science we need the members of the general public, we need collaboration with them, but it explicitly says that it needs to be under the direction of professional scientists. So this may be a difference with a co-creation process that I will be talking about in a few minutes. Taking into account the European Citizen Science Association's definition, they talk about an active, pay attention, active involvement of citizens. It should be open and an inclusive approach, and it should be used for the benefit of decision making. So again, citizen science has been increasingly upheld, and it says to be a potential to underpin all aspects of public health, not only public health, of course, in many other fields. However, to date, contributions of citizen science to public health decision-making remain sparse and not well understood. Evidence points to a gap between the potential relevance of citizen science and the real implementation in the real world. We lack a comprehensive assessment of the current impacts of citizen science projects in public health, but again, in other fields, and an identification of the scientific engagement and governance characteristics of projects that facilitate successful contributions to the field. In addition, in citizen science projects, the impact evaluation may not be as relevant as, for example, in a clinical trial that we are all well aware of. We believe that process evaluation undergone throughout the project may be a cornerstone of a citizen science implementation project. This figure that you can see in the slide shows an overview of potential citizen science benefits, including both better knowledge building and also advantages for the citizens themselves and their health, such as empowerment of the population, overall satisfaction, favoring social capital and connectiveness, community building, and also sense of belonging. In the past decades, there has been a radical shift in scientific paradigms from an evidence-based, top-down approach towards a more open science that is evidence-informed, referred to Mode 1 and Mode 2 respectively. So Mode 2 would serve to reinforce knowledge production among diverse stakeholders. Citizen science and co-creation as a form of citizen science are included in Mode 2 type of research. Relevant to Mode 2, there have been various models put forward as a way of enabling the conceptualization of participation in projects. A relevant example of this can be found with Arnstein's work in 1969, whose work remains a very popular framework relating to citizen participation and is the one you can see in the slides. Arnstein's ladder includes 8 levels of participation. The higher the rank, the greatest the citizen control. Thus, you can go from the top level, which is manipulation, where there's no citizen participant whatsoever, to citizen control, which is up high in the scale. Co-creation is emerging as a new citizen perspective that contributes to making research appropriate and relevant for and with end users. But as I was talking to you about just a few minutes ago, we are not talking just only about end users, but also all relevant stakeholders that may have a say in the study aims. So the term co-creation has been identified with various names and definitions, and there is still no clear or standardized definition available. From the Health Cascade Working Group that I'll be introducing in a few moments, we proposed a definition of co-creation in public health, which again is a working definition, is not set on stone, but it helped us to start giving a framework on what do we understand as co-creation in public health. So the definition says that it is a methodology that allows developing, implementing, and evaluating an innovative solution, which can be an intervention, can be a tool, can be a process, aimed at improving public health with continuous and open collaboration and interactive knowledge production and shared decision-making among the main stakeholders and willing to show ownership throughout the process. So if we go back to the definition of citizen science that I was sharing with you, see here that co-creation aims to think and decide what are the aims of the research project with the co-creators. So it's not a researcher that decides what needs to be studied, but is all the co-creators, all the participants in the co-creation process that actually share and own the process at every stage of the research project. That sounds ideal. We'll go to the pros and cons in a minute. So in public health, most of the health problems we want to improve are not linear. We know that. We are dealing with multifactorial problems that are very, very difficult to solve. They are called complex problems or wicked problems. I'm sure you've heard these words before. Co-creation has been talked about for years as a promising methodology to battle and target these health problems. But unfortunately, we still don't have a clear guide on the steps to follow to carry out a co-creation process. Complex and wicked problems are not exactly the same, even though they may be used interchangeably in different contexts. If I may, complex problems are typically defined as those that include the ability to approach them from multiple, sometimes competing, perspectives, and which may have multiple possible solutions. And wicked problems can be defined as problems in which there is little or not at all agreement on the definition of the problem, clear solutions to the problem, and easily identified causes. Also, one of the biggest criticisms of participatory research methodologies like co-creation is that we still have very limited evidence about their effectiveness, similar to what we mentioned earlier about overall citizen science. So the following two slides show some weaknesses and strengths of co-creation collected in a workshop with 26 experts from all over the world in participatory research, including citizen science and co-creation. This workshop was held several months ago, 8 months ago, in the annual Congress of the International Society of Behavioral Nutrition and Physical Activity. So let's have a quick look on some of the weaknesses that were talked about. First, participants in a co-creation process are not experts. We're going to have on the table a lot of stakeholders that have a field of expertise or are just dealing with specific situations, but they are not in academia, may not be experts in every single part of the topic. And we need to know that, and we need to assume that they do have their knowledge and that that knowledge is going to be interesting and compelling for the aim of the study. Co-creation is extremely time-consuming. It's extremely time-consuming. If we need an answer right away, or we have a funding that finishes in 1 year, it's extremely hard to conduct a co-creation process or conduct a citizen science process. Requires high skills to get it right. There needs to be someone or a group of people to go and push it and conduct it properly. Recruitment is hard and slow, especially those participants who are hard to reach, vulnerable population, maybe in some countries marginalized. And again, recruitment is always hard, but if we want to recruit everybody that has a say on the table, we need to think the strategy very carefully. In co-creation, the sample may be biased. That can happen in every single study, but we are not free of this problem in participatory research. High chances that the target group does not want to be involved. Again, it can happen in other designs, but that can happen in a co-creation process. Again, because we are asking a lot of time from all these people. So again, time-consuming and it might not be successful all the time. And then for academia, there's a risk for career development as researchers. We all know it is harder to get funding with participatory research, such as co-creation. And again, it's harder sometimes to publish our results because the design is not clear from the very beginning. It keeps building up. And it can change, it can adapt to the process, and that's not always understandable for the funders or the journals. Participatory research tends to be poorly described, yielding problems of reproducibility and replication. Again, I was saying that there's not a guideline for co-creation, so everybody reports on the process in a different way. There's not a standardized way of reporting. And it's hard to establish hierarchy and traditional roles, yielding to some degree of messiness and chaos. It can seem not organized when actually it may be very well organized. And we need to know that it's not always the best methodology to be applied in every single study. As an example, we just had COVID. We needed a vaccination. Do you think there needs to be a citizen science approach or a co-creation for the vaccination? Probably not. But can we conduct a citizen science to understand why the vaccination rate is not as high as we would like? Well, then maybe yes. Maybe we should. Okay? So, but again, not always appropriate every time. Let's go for the strengths. Without a participatory approach, cultural relevance is missed or can be missed. Conventional research has proven ineffective to solve complex health problems. we were talking about complex problems, wicked problems. We know that conventional research didn't give an answer to all these public health problems, so we may as well need another approach. And it's proven it's proven some promising effects so far. In conventional research, there is much more publication bias, because in a participatory research, we report what we found throughout the process. So we are already reporting. Participatory research such as citizen science and co-creation enhances empowerment through research participation. Strengthen relationships, enhances change through community and capacity building. Everybody involved has a learning process, gains public support. So that means that people involved may facilitate a behavior change because they are involved. They get a chance to say what they would like. There's capacity to adapt through the process, through the duration of the project, and, as I said, enhances sustainability of changes. So Health Cascade is an international training network funded by the European Commission within the Marie Curie Actions. We are a group of researchers from 6 European countries and the United Kingdom. And one of the most important strengths of this consortium, of this project, is that it has received funding from the European Commission to be able to hire 15 PhD students or early stage researchers for 4 years to carry out their doctoral thesis with this project. So here we have, in Barcelona, in Blanquerna, Juliana, who is working from a methodology viewpoint on the implementation and evaluation of co-creation processes. And then we have Jorge, who is applying a citizen science process, a co-creation process, in a group of care home residents, community dwelling older adults, a group of architects and urban designers, stakeholders from the Department of Welfare and Aging of the Municipality of Barcelona, health professionals and sport professionals, to co-create public urban space in la dreta de l'Eixample that enhances physical activity and reduces sedentary behavior for the older adult community. What are the aims of Health Cascade? Well, we aim to elaborate a co-creation evidence-based guideline to make co-creation trustworthy. We aim to test technology-based solutions to assist in the co-creation process throughout, and apply the co-creation methodology in different settings, contexts, and with different populations to improve health-related outcomes. And how? How do we do it? We developed a first draft of a co-creation guideline that takes into account the theoretical models of each component of this methodology, the ethical aspects, the methods that can be used, as well as the implementation and evaluation steps that make up the entire process. This guideline is being piloted, and continuous iterations are expected until we developed a final product. We are applying this guideline to different co-creation processes carried out in different European countries and the United Kingdom with technological solutions designed for this purpose. These co-creation processes have the objective of designing an intervention program to improve health variables, several health variables, with children and adolescents in schools, with adults in the community, with adults in their workplace, and with older adults in nursing homes, health centers, and community dwellers. I was listening to Esther when she was talking about the ethics principle. We do have one of our PhD students that is basing her work on defining and prioritizing the ethical principles that need to be applied in a co-creation process. And she's doing that with all these pool of co-creators. So she's the one asking what are the ethical principles that they aim relevant in the co-creation process when they are part of a co-creation project. So I'll be very happy to discuss further with you. Now I would like to share with you some of the tools that we have developed. Our first tool is a database of published studies of co-creation in any field. Includes at least the title, abstract, and authors of each study. And its objective was and is to offer a free access database that is constantly reviewed with co-creation studies in different fields, but of course you can select the ones in the public health field. We've used artificial intelligence tools to develop this database, and it can be accessed using the link that is showed in the slide. A co-creation decision-making tool is our second tool. It was developed to help researchers, practitioners, and policymakers decide whether co-creation is the most appropriate methodology for a given study. And finally, as I mentioned before, we drafted a first version of a co-creation guideline, and it was prepared based on the Produces framework that was described in 2019 by Lisk and colleagues. And this guideline is aimed to give a tool to researchers, professionals, and policymakers that aim to conduct a co-creation process. This guideline and reporting templates were shared with 12 researchers who are preparing a study protocol using co-creation so that they could pilot the templates and evaluate their usefulness and acceptability. After using the templates in the planning, implementation, and evaluation stages, we collected all the reflections, and then we, in an iterative way, we improved those templates. And we are now, these templates are now being used by all our ESRs in their co-creation process. And again, all the tools that I have just presented are part of an extensive work on theory and ethics of participatory methodology. So there's these two PhD students that are on top of all this project, all the projects, and are giving their input in terms of theory and ethics of participatory methodologies. So some take-home messages. First, co-creation is presented, citizen science and co-creation as a form of citizen science is presented as a promising ally to improve complex public health problems. It empowers and encourages greater collaboration and shared ownership of research achievements. A clear guideline is required to facilitate its use, but very important, the reporting of a co-creation process to make it more trustworthy for the funders and the journals. And the main objective of Health Cascade is to make co-creation a reliable methodology that, again, generates trust. So very happy to be here, and of course, we can discuss any question in a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria, for the presentation. And last but not least, we have Diana Zakol. I don't know if I pronounce it well or not. While she prepares the presentation, Diana is a research fellow at the Environmental Social Science Research Group. Diverse experience in learning, experience, design, and facilitation, not only in the framework of research projects, but also voluntary initiatives and business environments. Has worked with 5-year-olds up to adulthood, informal, non-formal, and informal settings, and in multiple countries. Established the Budapest Living Lab in 2018 with the aim of supporting food system transformation at local level. And she's currently leading the Living Lab, focusing on single-parent families and dietary pattern transformation. So thank you, Diana, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, for
You can change if you want here, if you want to.
So thank you, Anna, for the kind presentation and the invitation. And since I'm the last presentation before lunch, I'm very aware of the energy level in the room. So if you are up to it, I would like to ask you to stand up a little bit, have a bit of stretch. You can also shake and get back into your body and get back into the room. You can take a couple deep breaths. Thank you. Thank you. So, as I said, I'm really, really grateful to be here, and I'm very inspired by all the expertise that is here in the room. And in the next 20 minutes, what I would like to briefly cover is very, very, very briefly about what is science education in the context of responsible research and innovation, why it is important, why it is crucial, and how we can all engage with it, what it can mean in your work. I know that you're coming from very different fields, some teaching at university, some working at Erasmus Plus projects. There are a lot of different ways that you can engage with science education. And so before I say anything, I actually would like to ask you to take out your phones and go at slido.com. You can have the QR code or write in the number. And the first question is, what comes to mind when you hear the phrase science education? What is science education for you? Yes, sorry. So now you see the question, actually. Hopefully. Okay. So I give you like couple more seconds. I seen a couple people typing. Yeah, that is something for everyone. Okay, illusion, that's very interesting. It's the future, learning, bring science to citizens, empowerment, involving voices. It is a challenge, collective learning, empowerment is coming up, transferring knowledge, mutual learning. Okay, so thank you very much. I feel we are very much on the same page. There's also curiosity, motivation, sharing, complexity. Okay. So you will have access to the Slido and see all the other things that if you are still typing and. Yes, and now I also need your help to come back. Sorry for the technical. Yeah, so basically, as your answers also shows that it's a rather diverse field with a lot of excitement also, but also some questions and challenges and illusions and. As I was now preparing for the presentation, I was looking through what is actually, how is science education presented in literature and in ways, what do we mean by it? And because a lot of different things can come into it. And based on my understanding in the mainstream, it's very basically just sharing scientific field-related knowledge. But if we want to go a step further and see what does it mean if we look from an RRI perspective, it's not only about sharing a specific scientific field-related knowledge, but also supporting citizens and participants in developing skills and competencies for empowered participation. Because as you heard my amazing colleagues, a lot of in RRI is about how we can actually bring all these different types of knowledge together and create something that is even better than what we could create in one discipline or one field. But these processes, as also Maria was saying, the co-creation processes actually have challenges and not always easy, time-consuming, and oftentimes people don't. Now, in a traditional schooling system, we don't learn many of the competencies and skills that are necessary for this type of dialogues or taking part in these processes. So we also need to have education on how to engage. And this also means a lot of specific skills and competencies. This is just examples. But can we go beyond even that? That is my question. That is also a question for you. And I will come back to this as we go on with the presentation. So why is science education important? Rosina was really kind and already saved a lot of things that I wanted to say about RRI and why it is important. But basically, for me, one of the main importance is that we have so many challenges and threats that are facing together as a planet, as humanity, that we need to find solutions and create innovative new solutions that have not been seen before. And we cannot do that with the same type of thinking as we used when creating because as I see, many of the problems in the world has been co-created by us as people. So we need to also come together to co-create new ones. And part of this process is getting to a different level of consciousness, and how we can do that. I think science education and all types of learning environments are playing a really, really important role in that. So now let's say about the how. Obviously, it's, as I said, really diverse. What can I bring to you? So I decided to have a couple kind of highlights that I think can be take as an inspiration for you, and share one example of a process that we have done in my research group with the SSRG. So probably most of you are familiar with this typology of formal education, non-formal education, and informal education. And science education can happen in all of these ways. And what in the framework of RRI, what is important of this is this kind of level of the learner's autonomy, as it increases from formal education to informal education. For example, for obviously the formal education is what we are all familiar with. Primary, secondary, tertiary, very organized, very systematic, a lot of focus on assessments. When we are going for non-formal education, and I assume that many of you who are working with Erasmus Plus projects, you are working with these frameworks, there is still some type of structure and organization. There is still this idea that there's someone that is kind of curating the learning, but there is much more flexibility, and I argue there's also much more attention paid to the needs and interests of the learners. And if we go for informal education, that is completely unplanned, unstructured, spontaneous. Here I would put like science media, museums, or science centers, also all kinds of social media videos. And why I brought this typology is that many of the examples that were mentioned today, such as, for example, citizen science, that you can use as a method, can be implemented in any kind of way. You can use it in a university context. You can kind of the way that you design any of these methods or how you engage with it can differ. And this is also, I think, the third time that you see this letter today. So obviously we like it a lot. This is a bit of adaptation from the original by Arstein that is a bit more, in my mind, connected to learning and education. But I'm not going to explain again the letter. But what is interesting for me, that here, education is actually put in the bottom part of the letter, imagining learners as passive recipients of the knowledge. And this is a little bit in line with what I said at the beginning, that in the mainstream kind of science education, you have the expert that is sharing the knowledge with the students. And as we go up the ladder, and as we already discussed about the autonomy of the learner, there is this view that I think is really important if we think about science education with the perspective of RRI, that instead of I teach you, we learn together and co-create the learning experience. So all the participants are active shapers of how the learning is created. And now I would like to bring you, I don't know if you can see what is written, more or less. Okay, so this was an example. It's actually part of the project that Rosina already mentioned, actually a couple of years ago. Why I brought it is because it's one of my favorite works that I have been involved in. And basically, I quickly would like to run through how we approached an issue of creating educational modules in the frame. Obviously, the project was designed to encourage food system transformation, but with a really high focus on RRI in all of the activities that we have been doing. And as part of it, we established living labs in different countries across Europe. And in Budapest, this is the process that we have done. First, we carried out a stakeholder mapping process, looking at who might be the stakeholders that are most needed to be at the table for developing a vision for a future-proof food system in the local scene. We had a series of workshops where we came together with these stakeholders, developed the vision, and also identifying potential areas of intervention and action, and potential areas of breakthroughs. And based on that, we then asked the stakeholders what are the competencies and skills that are needed to achieve this vision, what we need to kind of learn together to enable all of the members of the system to go towards this vision. And these are some aspects of the vision that we have developed. And these are some of the competencies that were ranked as most important in the context. Obviously, this is going to be very different context by context. And after getting to this list of competences, we co-designed and developed different educational modules, a blended learning online course, a short workshop on food system thinking, and we also started science shop activities between the members of, with the cooperation of the members of the living labs that we established. And here you can see some in more detail the education modules that came out. The basis for most of it was system thinking, which came out quite as a high priority in among the competences. And what I would like to talk a little bit more detail about is this longer course that it was a blended approach, developing an online platform that support the learners at home, and then meeting week by week, where basically we learned about systems thinking by actually going through the same kind of system analysis process. So each of the learners that came together chose a specific problem or challenge, and around that problem and challenge, they went through the process of identifying stakeholders, contacting them, doing interviews, developing a systems map, and then based on that, creating potential solutions to move forward with. In the questions, maybe I can talk more about it, but in the interest of time, I go forward. So this is just one way to go about it and to approach designing learning experiences. But of course, science education is much broader than that, and here I put like citizen science that has been mentioned, living labs, science cafes or reverse science cafes, hackathons, boot camps, fab labs, and diverse type of learning experiences. At the moment, actually, at ESSRG, we are developing a course on alternative grain networks, and this is also done in a way that different actors who are currently, bakers, farmers, millers, are highly involved in the development and synthesization of this knowledge. And maybe one more thing that I brought in as an inspiration. This is not a new model. This is based on Kolb and has been around for quite some time, but I feel it goes really well with some of the aspects of responsible research and innovation. And this is a model of experiential learning, which is basically involve these four steps, where we have, we can start anywhere, but usually maybe you have an abstract conceptualization. So for example, in the systems thinking course, we would talk about, okay, what is system thinking? What is the food system? Talking about the different steps that we can take. And then the participants actually engage in some kind of doing and carrying out activities, having the concrete experience, and then having a joint reflection. So for example, in this course, like we closed every session with a reflection circle of discussing their experiences of the previous weeks and what they have done. And finally, of the can we go beyond? For me, this engaging with education and engaging with learning, even in an RRI context and an RRI perspective, it has a lot of potential, but it's still, I think, one step before where we need to go for social transformation. And that one step is actually connecting this analytical thinking, the thinking mind, with also our hearts, because I didn't mention in the why section, I had a whole part about artificial intelligence and all the misinformation and a lot of these new developments and innovations, which without the right consciousness, the right approach and heart-centered research and heart-centered focus can go really in directions that probably are not supporting. And after the connecting the thinking and the feeling to this level of being and embodying all these aspects, skills, competences, and ways of engaging and ways of looking at the world. One of my favorite researcher is Katia Castro-Laszlo, and she has these models of the systems thinking, systems feeling, and systems being, which actually kind of raises this idea that we are not only engaging in system thinking in a formal context, in designed processes and workshops, but this is how we live our everyday life. So this type of looking at the world is so much ingrained that when we are making our individual everyday decisions, we also include this greater perspective. Yes, so thank you very much for your attention. The Slido you can also share if you have like any takeaways from this presentation, or if it inspired you to think a little bit differently of how you want to design your own educational experiences, either at the university or at projects, or how you engage your kids in learning. Yeah, I'm always really happy to pick your brains. So if you share, I'm not sure if we have time to reflect on it, but I will look at it and share it for sure. So thank you very much.
Ahora me gustaría que las ponentes en femenino subieran arriba. Sé que son casi y media, pero sí que si hay alguna pregunta en la sala me gustaría recogerla, si no la vamos a discutir comiendo. Sé que estamos cansados, llevamos aquí tiempo, pero ha sido muy interesante y aunque sea para verlas juntas, a este conjunto de Powerful Women, si hay alguna pregunta para alguien en concreto. Excuso a Mireia. Mireia ha tenido que irse, tenía a y media una reunión y ha tenido que marcharse. Ha sido la ponente sobre gender. ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta? ¿Ninguna? Están. Venga, sí.
Una pregunta que quizás para todas, pero... sí. Sorry. Just one question that it can be answered for you or for anyone in the table, but maybe directed to the ethical principles. Do you think that for participatory research or citizen science co-creation that we've been talking about so much, there should be specific or at least some complementary ethical principles taking into account?
Sí. Sí, que si es necesario, lo traduzco también, si es necesario en todas estas estrategias que se han presentado de co-creación, investigación participativa, cómo incorporar o tener en cuenta o complementar la dimensión ética en todas estas diferentes estrategias participativas.
Es que yo diría que... Sí, yo diría que en los propios principios de la ética ya están, yo creo que es una ampliación del propio principio, ¿no? Porque cuando hablamos de autonomía lo centramos o lo hemos centrado tradicionalmente en consentimiento, pero la participación es un concepto de autonomía, ¿no? de incluir, ¿no? Y por lo tanto yo creo que es interesante, y lo que hemos visto, porque las definiciones de los principios de la ética se tienen que replantear, ¿no? Y redefinir, repensar cómo ampliamos, ¿no? Aspectos que ya están, pero que los hemos centrado exclusivamente en cuestiones muy individuales, que hemos olvidado que la autonomía también es comunitaria, ¿no? Y por lo tanto yo creo que esto ayuda a una redefinición de cómo entendemos principios que ya están.
Perfecto. Gracias. No sé si hay más preguntas o no. Soy muy consciente de la hora y sé que queremos ir a comer. Quizá, maybe... Rosina.
I have a question for you, Maria. Thank you very much for presenting this very interesting project that you are carrying out. My question is, how do you see the evolution of your university towards this new paradigm you are trying to achieve now with, as far as I understood, with 2 PhD students? So what is the pathway towards more outcomes and a future impact, having this university with more transformative research, or mode 2 that you called it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I don't think there's a university change or policy that it's going to be made after the project, but in terms of personal evolution, which also is taught to the students and shared with the students, I believe that we're trying to at least let them see that research is a very wide term and it can be done in many different ways, and that there's a way that it may be more participatory than others, and that we need to know when we should apply these different designs and why it is important to apply these designs. And in terms of their future professional skills, it is how important it is for them to be able to share knowledge with all the people they are going to work with and involve them in the decision making, because we don't know anything. We don't know everything, and we always need to go hand by hand with everybody we are trying to treat. We are trying to improve health. We're trying to actually work with. So I think it is a personal process that it's making a small change to the future professionals. As a university, we do have the obligation to train future professionals, and we need to make sure that these participatory approaches are as well taught as a clinical trial, which has been what I learned. The only way to make science was clinical trials, and it's not like this, or shouldn't be like this.
So I think it's a nice way. No. Go ahead.
Como estamos en la universidad, en la Facultad de Salud, ¿no? Y tú eres fisioterapeuta, Magda, de formación, que nos compartieras cómo es tu proceso de pasar de estudiar fisioterapia a acabar asesorando al gobierno, trabajando en Health Economics, cómo ese estilo conductor, ¿no? Que parece que es muy importante saber, ¿no? Que como oficio puedes llegar hasta aquí, como cualquier otra persona, seguro, ¿no? Pero creo que es interesante en esta facultad, ¿no? Poder saber estas posibilidades que hay, ¿no? También estudiando fisioterapia y otras ciencias de la salud muy aplicadas, ¿no?
I'm going to answer in English, or try to. Because it's all about your interest in making impact. So as a physiotherapist or clinician or wherever you are, you can make impact one-to-one or from a broader perspective. So my interest when I was working as physiotherapist, I said, well, you are making impact, and every person is a complex system in themselves. So even you have to have the complex system thinking, even if you're treating one patient or from the Ministry of Health or from where you are. So as long as you have that thinking, you can apply it in the one-to-one treatment or in a more policy making or even in academia. So I think my process was like that. So I understood, I love to read. So in one of these readings in the journey, I said, you could apply this wherever you are. and then when I did my first master's, it was in rehabilitation. So I came back and I had the opportunity to work as a teacher in universities. And then I moved to the Ministry of Health. And I discovered that my interest was more in compared to the one-to-one impact was more in the national guidelines. But the way of thinking is the same. So even if you're with one patient or with from a national perspective, it's the same way of doing things, of thinking. Sorry, and then you adapt. So that was the process of my experience. And now I think from the Ministry of Health moving into academia, I think I am lucky to understand the needs from the policymaking side and from the academic side, and to try to close that gap, because from the academia we have all these theories and research and everything, but policymaking, even if you still have to make the decision today. So you have all the ways of working that we all agree, and it's really interesting, all the presentations that we have but it's important to also know that we have to make, the policymakers have to make the decision, and the clinicians as well. So clinicians have to make the decision. So every research, every evidence that we provide and we do has to, it can help to close this gap and to make decisions at the individual level or at the national level.
Thank you. Ahora sí, yo creo que para cerrar ya la sesión voy a decir 4 cosas. Una para cerrar la sesión y 3 cosas prácticas. La de cerrar la sesión yo creo que ha sido una interesante mañana para ver desde una perspectiva más quizá abstracta o teórica, si queréis, qué es eso de la Research Responsible Innovation y diferentes dimensiones desde perspectivas muy diversas, disciplinas diferentes, pero ahora visto al final muy coherentes entre ellas, ¿no? Si ahora vemos todas las presentaciones y las ponemos en conjunto, tienen mucho sentido y se puede hacer impacto, que creo que es una palabra muy clave, a distintos niveles y contribuir de formas muy diferentes, con lo cual si nos quedamos con eso yo creo que es un aprendizaje nice learning. Y las cosas prácticas, no os vayáis, queremos hacer una foto conjunta con todos los que estamos aquí ahora y si podemos proyectar los que están en casa también para tener un recuerdo gráfico de la sesión. Segunda cosa práctica, ahora está organizado la comida fuera. Aquellos que habéis inscrito y dicho que os quedáis a comer, tenemos una lista de control. Aquí, Julia, si tengo que decir alguna cosa concreta me lo dices, pero en principio está organizado fuera, tenemos que pasar lista, ¿no? Y entonces tenemos contados un poco la comida. Y la última cosa, agradeceros a todos estar aquí, los que están en casa, los que están aquí, las contribuciones. Yo creo que han sido very interesting contributions. We've learned a lot from all of you, and I'm very happy and grateful of having you here. So thank you, all of you. Y nos vemos por la tarde a las 3. Rigurosamente quizá no, pero a las 3:05 sí. ¿Vale? Venga, gracias.